All right. Well, welcome everyone. It's great to be back with this group, and always happy and excited to share with you several of the many things we've been doing over the past year now. It's been a year now, so um, glad to be able to come back together. Hoping everyone had a wonderful holiday season and was able to enjoy some time away, and that the new year has started off well for you. I know if you're like us, it's been full speed ahead since we got back from the break. So we're happy to see everybody today, and we apologize to anyone having some technical issues with your cameras. Hopefully, we'll be able to at some point get those resolved throughout the day, and if not, the show must go on. So we'll just do what we can and um, keep on keeping on. So at this time, I would like to shift things to Dr. Jennifer Stafford, who is our Associate Commissioner here in the Office of Assessment and Accountability. I think the last time that we met, Rhonda Sims was still the Associate Commissioner. But again, as noted, it's been a year since we have been able to meet, and during that time, Rhonda decided that she wanted to see what it felt like to be on the other side, and so she opted to retire and has since done a lot of traveling and sent us some wonderful pictures. And I'm sure if she could be here right now, that she would tell us that she misses seeing everyone and getting the chance to chat with you, but she's not coming back. So, so I don't know, Jennifer, are you on? I saw that you had joined earlier. Are you available this
I
time?
am.
All right.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes,
And good
ma'am.
morning, everyone. Happy New Year. And as Kevin said, I was had the fortunate opportunity to take on the role of Associate Commissioner here in the Office of Assessment and Accountability after our good friend and colleague Rhonda Sims retired. And she is enjoying her time and is quickly becoming proficient at retirement. So I'm sure that she would say greetings as well. We're so excited to have you here for these next 2 days. We've got a very good agenda. We look forward to the conversation today, the collaboration, and the good discussions that we anticipate that will move us forward in Kentucky. We appreciate you, your talents, your time that you give up to spend with us and focus on Kentucky. And so we really appreciate the time that you are dedicating to us. So uh, thank you again. And we have a full agenda to work through. So I'll turn it back over to Kevin or maybe Laura.
No, I'm next. I'm next. I am going to before we get started, again, want to welcome everyone to today's meeting. As a reminder to all of our presenters today, in order to share your slides, you will need to take control of the slides. I just took control of the slides from Ben or Deb. I'm not sure which, but um, each presenter will take control of the slides. Upon conclusion of your presentation, please wait for the next presenter to take control of those slides. We do not want to stop sharing. I was told, do not push the red button. And so that red button is the stop sharing signal. So I don't know if it'll implode, or they didn't give me the secrets, but I definitely want to just be aware that once you take control, just hold, and then the next presenter will take control from you and start the next section. So before I hand the meeting over to our facilitators, Laura and the center, for review of the agenda for today, I want to go over the expectations for conducting the virtual meetings. The meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Accordingly, KTAC members must ensure their video is streaming and unfortunately, with I think Elena was having issues, so we will just make note of that. But there's nothing we can do in that scenario. But for those that can, they need to be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. So as long as we're actually actively in a meeting, uh, obviously not during breaks, but actively engaged in the meeting, the camera will need to be on if that's an option of availability. Committee members, please mute your microphone when not talking. However, all discussions must be broadcast to the public. Therefore, be sure your microphone is not on mute when you speak. Every time you speak during the meeting, please unmute your mic, state your name, and take a short pause. This will give the software time to recognize you. And then please silence or turn off other electronic devices that may cause disruption to your sound feed. Minutes will be taken and shared with the general public on the KD website when available. In addition, KRS 1586455, which is our accountability measure, requires that the department submit reports regarding the advice and recommendations of the committee to the Office of Education Accountability by July 1st and December 1st of each calendar year. So that was all my announcements. And at this time, I will hand things over to Laura and our friends from this center to get the thing started. So Laura, if you want to take control, I will gladly pass this over to you.
I have taken control. Good morning to everybody. My name is Laura Pensino. I'm an associate at the Center for Assessment and one of the co-leads for this technical advisory committee. I will echo the welcome that have been presented already. We're so glad you're here and looking forward to today's meeting. My role at this time is twofold. First, I'm going to walk through the agenda for the day. Secondly, our first kind of official agenda item is to have a moment to review and discuss the meeting minutes from our last convening. So to that end, we've done our welcome. We're going to do some introductions in just a moment. After we review and approve, you'll have an opportunity to vote on the meeting minutes. A good bulk of our time today is going to be talking about the science standard setting. As you may recall, there was a remote science standard setting that took place in early September of 2025. Our friends from Pearson will share about that event and the outcomes of that. We also had an independent review that was conducted, and Dr. Erica Land will be here to share her summary and findings from that review. We also have an opportunity to kind of dig into that and have some conversation about the event and the outcomes of that overall. Next, we're shifting into, and from there, we'll shift in the idea of kind of looking at science items and how those are developed. We'll hear again from folks at Pearson and sort of content specialists in that space. So we're really in a science frame of mind for a good bulk of today. From there, we will transition to some other topics, specifically a study on including speech to text and accommodations into equating considerations. So we'll discuss that. That's going to be later in the afternoon, after our afternoon break. We're picking up on a topic that we discussed both last January and in the prior October of 2024, which is considerations and review of the item bank, really thinking about how to ensure that there's a healthy bank of items and a good refresh plan for items across the various assessments for KDE. We'll wrap up the day with an update about the Kentucky United We Learn Council. If you remember, that's an effort to kind of rethink assessment and accountability across the state, leaning heavily into supporting local accountability initiatives. So we'll kind of hear about that. There's some exciting transitions happening there as well, really thinking about high school and what that looks like in Kentucky in the Commonwealth. And then we'll have some time to discuss future TAC meeting plans. And our plan is that we will adjourn at 4 today. It is a brisk pace with pretty tight timelines on a lot of these topics. We understand that going into it, but we'll do our best to make sure we use our time efficiently across these agenda items. Are there any questions about the agenda? Okay. Next, we did have an item to make sure that we take time to do introductions. So I think we will do that quickly and then we will discuss our meeting minutes. So I'm going to invite our TAC members first to introduce themselves, and I'm going to go down my list as I see, it's just alphabetical as I see the list of, oh, sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, I think the plan was just to have the TAC members to introduce themselves, and then the presenters throughout the day could just introduce themselves as they came on. So
that makes good sense. You had mentioned that having folks introduce themselves as they come on. I didn't know if we also wanted to do it in whole. So this makes good sense. Thank you. We will change the plans. Forget what I just said. We'll just, again, reiterate that we're asking you to introduce yourselves as you speak. That will help folks, especially those who are not able to see video.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, no, thank you for that clarification. So with that, we do have an initial action item, and this provides an opportunity for me also to remind us all about one other aspect of these virtual meetings, which is we do keep track of kind of start and end time. We will have some reason to vote throughout the meetings, and this is our first opportunity in reviewing the meeting minutes from our January 28th, 2025 meeting. We do ask for TAC members to make motion, and we look for a second, and we'll call that to vote in order to approve the minutes. Additionally, as a reminder, throughout the meeting, we being myself and my colleague, Krista Molesky, we're keeping track of the recommendations that are emerging in the discussion on the various topics we have on our agenda. We will be asking TAC members also to review and approve those recommendations at the end of each day. The way we're going to try that this time around, though, is to sort of embed that review in each agenda item. So we'll be keeping track of the recommendations, and before we transition from one agenda item to the next, we're going to ask you to take a look at those recommendations and make sure that they reflect the conversation fully. And then we'll, again, vote at the end of the day for that. And I'm just remembering right now that I meant to update that TAC recommendations document, and I will put that link in there right now. So when you go to the webpage that we sent you, or if you're already on that page, if you refresh it, there's a link to that recommendations document. We're also keeping notes during the meeting, so if you're not seeing things populate there, it's probably because I'm taking notes and I'm popping them over into the recommendations as they come up or at different points in time. So just a reminder about that, we will be asking you to sort of reflect back and help us make sure that we're summarizing those recommendations throughout our time together. Are there any questions about that recommendation process? Okay, well, let's talk about the meeting minutes then. So these minutes were available on the KTAC webpage. Were there any questions or points of note or things that folks wanted to highlight from the meeting minutes from the January 28th, 2025 meeting?
Laura, I noticed, this is Suzanne Lane. I noticed that they were in some sections briefer than in the past, and I was wondering, is this going to continue forward, or will there be more of a description?
So we're trying out some different things. So I appreciate that observation. For KDE, there are requirements to post a brief meeting summary, and we understand that that doesn't have to be as in-depth for a kind of public site, all of the kind of details of the meeting. I think I would pose it back to you. If you all have a preference for a level of detail that is helpful for you in relation to the minutes versus what we would consider a summary, I think we were trying to tighten things up here and sort of try that out. But if that is sort of leaving you in a situation where you feel like you don't have the level of detail that's helpful for you to prepare, then let us know. I think what I'm saying is we can have different versions. We could have minutes and the summary.
Laura, this is Suzanne Lane again. It might be useful. I'm fine with if KDE wants the minutes as is, just to share the previous recommendations
Okay.
with the TAC for the next meeting, which will
Okay.
highlight some of the discussion more. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes. That's a great point. I will note and I will flag this in future communications as well when we send out materials for a meeting. The TAC webpage does have a section that has all of the past tech recommendations. And so they are available to you, but I didn't highlight that when I sent that out this past time. So I will do that in the future. Thank you, Suzanne. Any other discussion points regarding the meeting minutes? And if there aren't, then again, we would be looking for a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
So Laura.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, just a note, do we have all of our KTAC members now able to be on camera? I just, I know we had some technical difficulty, but I just wanted to make note of that because if any KTAC member is not online and able to be seen, then they can't make a motion or even vote in any regard. So I just wanted to make that just announcement before we move into taking a vote or motion.
Okay, so first a reminder to everybody that if you are a TAC member, that we ask you to be on camera. And my understanding is that the TAC members who are able to be on camera are. Elena has a Mac, and so we've encountered an issue with video for Mac users, that they're not been able to access the camera, even though the settings from KDE's perspective seems to be appropriate. So we're trying to figure that out. And I have updated the access rights for the recommendations document as well for folks. So if you just refresh that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I do want to check though, Jennifer. So that means that Elena is not able to make a motion or vote in the. Because her camera's not working?
That's right. Unless she has it fixed, unless she is now able to present or.
Yeah, my understanding is that the issue for Mac users, and Chris has encountered this as well, is we've tried about 5 different things to to get the cameras to work, and they have not. They're not working for those users.
Okay. So then that's correct then.
Okay.
She would not be able to participate in that.
In the voting, but we can still document recommendations and conversation.
Is Haley on? I'm not sure if Haley has access to the microphone. And again, we're just passing this information along based upon the legal side of things, right? We're trying to be compliant. It's nothing against, it's nothing specific. But Haley, are you able to come off mute? And Devin, is Haley able to come off mute?
She should be now.
Okay.
I can come off mute now.
Okay, perfect.
So,
Haley, do you care to give us a little more detail around that? I'm sorry.
So under the Open Meetings Act, if your camera is not on, you cannot participate in the official business. And so things like voting and motions cannot take place. However, she can participate in the discussions.
Okay.
And we could utilize those discussions as quote recommendations, as long as like she's not the one making the motion or actually voting. Is that correct?
Correct, as long as she's not participating in the official business.
Okay. Thanks, Haley.
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
All right. So, and again, our apologies for the technical issues. I mean, I wish that was something that we could fix, but I think this is even beyond us. So
And hey folks, this is Chris. I'm just going to jump in to say I'm going to restart my machine and see if that solves it. And then maybe if it does, that'll give Elena an alternative to try. But so I'll be back.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, and thank you, KTE, for that clarification as we sort of navigate the adventures of virtual convenings and particular open meeting requirements. We certainly want to make sure that we are fulfilling those requirements and satisfying those. Okay, so just to clarify regarding the meeting minutes, that means that any of the TAC members that are able to be on camera can make a motion and vote regarding the minutes, but we invite any dialogue from any of the TAC members regarding the minutes from last year.
Does that mean I should move to accept those minutes?
I'm noting that Pete has motioned to approve the meeting minutes. Do we have a second?
Second, I second it,
Suzanne?
Suzanne.
All right. And I will ask, I can't see you all at once, so I'm just going to ask for a verbal aye if you, well, actually, sorry, one pause. Laura, it's been a minute since you've done this. Is there any discussion regarding the minutes last opportunity for that?
Hi, this is
Okay.
Leslie. I just want to say, like, I found it really helpful, especially given it's almost been a year to read the minutes in preparation for this. So just some kudos to the meetings, helping us prepare for it. So
Great. Excellent. Thank you for that point. Any other discussion points or notes regarding some meeting minutes? Okay. With that, all in favor of approving the meeting minutes, please unmute your microphone and say aye.
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 I
And any opposed? Okay, the meeting minutes are approved. Thank you, everybody. All right. So that closes out that particular agenda item and is an opportunity for us to transition to discussing the science standard setting review, which again was held in September from the 4th and 5th last year. And with that, I believe I'm going to pass it over to Tracy.
Thank you, Laura. My name is Tracy Gardner. I'm a senior measurement advisor from Pearson, and I have taken over control of the slides. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, now let me just make sure I can move the slides forward. Okay, excellent. All right, well, good morning. I do have a number of slides in the deck, but I do know the TAC has reviewed the slides, so that will give me the opportunity to move through these very quickly. I did contain a number of slides in the deck that I don't intend to spend very much time on here this morning. They were put in the deck as more framing for your background so that you would have all the information that you would need in order to understand the context that we presented to the standard setting committee, so that you could really understand the context that we provided to them. And we can certainly use them during the question and answer session here today, but I will go through them very quickly here this morning so that we can get right into the results. So as I'm going through these slides this morning, these are the questions I'd really like for you to kind of have in the front of your mind, so that we can make sure that we're really thinking about the main ideas of where we would like to get your feedback. So we would like for you to be thinking about what feedback that you have about the process and results, what recommendations that you have to ensure documentation clarity, what lessons learned that you would want to inform us about for any future events that Kentucky would conduct for standard setting, and then any questions that you might have about the process or independent review. So the purpose that I'm going to talk about in this agenda for today is that I'm going to lay out some context and historical data, and I'm going to go through this very quickly But again, this is important in terms of laying the foundation for some of the results that we're going to see later this morning in this presentation. I'm going to also lay down some of the context for the agenda and process that we used, and then talk about the results and impact data, and then we'll leave some time for discussion and questions. And then this will also go sort of hand in hand with what Erica will be presenting in terms of her independent review as well. So we talked about this in our last meeting last January about why we're having standard setting, why we had to go through a standard setting process again. And the academic standards were revised in 2023, which required for us to administer this science standard setting, the science assessment again in 2025. And we had some new item types that we were able to bring into the new assessments. And so this was a brand new assessment, and it was an operational field test in the spring of 2025, which gave us an opportunity to reset the cut scores and the performance levels this past spring. In terms of what we accomplished over the course of these 2 days, it was a very fast set of 2 days. We did a lot over the course of these 2 days, starting with the general session, experiencing the assessment, reviewing the new performance level descriptors that the Center for Assessment helped to develop earlier in the summer, going through the standard setting training, the practice of implementing the actual procedure they were going to use, and then finishing the round one judgments. And boy, were those standard setters tired at the end of that first day, and then going through 3 rounds of feedback and more judgments on that Friday, and ending with wrap up and evaluation. And this is all coming after this was a short week. This was Labor Day week. And so I think all of us were exhausted and ready for a great celebration on that Friday after achieving this great work. It was one of those wonderful sort of tired, very tired, but feeling very good about the work that happened that week. So it was a very, very good week. We did lay out some data for the panelists going into the general session. So we wanted to show them some historical data for science, but also for reading and math. And so this shows the historical data for 2019 through 2024 for reading in the blue, math in the orange, and science in the green. And this is for grade 4. So you can kind of see for science, it tracks below the math and reading across the years. And it follows a pretty similar pattern, but it's always sort of tracking well below the math and reading, right around that 30% range, sort of tracking up and then sort of falling pretty steady for grade 4. When we move on to grade 7, you can kind of see it's still falling below reading and math, but there's not any kind of real gain over the years, but it's still falling much below, around a 25% proficient plus distinguished over those years. But this is the one that we talked about more in the TAC meetings over the last couple of years. This is grade 11. So you can see in 2019, it starts at about that 30%, stays pretty similar for a couple of years, and then it's got this sort of fallout over the last few years. And then here for reading and math, we don't have the data available for grade 10. For reading and math for 2019, so it only starts here at 2021. But you can just see here that this data just is falling off. And you'll probably remember from previous TAC meetings that there was this kind of discussion on what is going on with grade 11. Why is this data so low? Why is the percent proficient plus distinguished so low? So we talked about this in previous TAC meetings. I won't linger here, but there were a number of discussions that has happened, over time for the grade 11 in particular. And so some of these discussions led to some of the changes that were made to the test design, which led to, oh, I see that we do have a question. Let me go ahead and pull Pete in. Pete, do you want to jump in now?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So you showed these data, and obviously we've had discussion about that. But what kind of discussion was had with the panelists about this?
Yeah, so I actually stayed in the grade 11 room for quite some time because I knew this was going to be a room that was going to have a lot of discussion around this, and there was actually some discussion around things like, well, the test is very challenging, that there's a lot of difficult content on it, but there was also things around discussion about these students in grade 11, they missed taking a grade 7 test during COVID because that was the year that testing was canceled. So they hadn't taken a high stakes accountability test in quite some time, because that over when they were in 7th grade, that was the year that it was canceled. There was a lot of different discussion around the PLDs and what they're measuring, and that the what is described in the PLDs and where students are, that yes, this makes sense. There's other teachers that were saying, no, this doesn't make sense. So there was various perspectives about, yes, this makes sense. No, this doesn't make sense. And so like when you focus on the content versus looking at the data, there were, different perspectives about, why the data look this way on the 2024 test, but that's why they were glad to be here, and that's why they wanted to, look at the test and look at the new PLDs and, go through the process. And I think when you see where the data ends up on the new assessment, I think you'll kind of, it won't be too surprising where the data ended up, because they were trained on a content process to look at items, see what the items measure, look at them based on the PLDs, and make those decisions. And so within the rooms, some of them were very surprised at the data. Some of them weren't too surprised at the data. But when they were trained to do a content-based process, the results are what the results are, because the content is what the kids are where they are with respect to the content. Now I'll stop there for a moment, because I know there were other people on this call that were in that grade 11 meeting, and they witnessed the same thing that I did. So are there others that were in that grade 11 meeting that want to give some of their own perspectives of what they heard from what those educators were talking about with respect to the content discussions that they heard in that meeting?
Tracy, this is Kevin. I was in that meeting for parts of that conversation as well, and I would agree with your assessment there of kind of the overall conversation that was had. There was concerns about the level of instruction, the broadness of instruction, specifically at high school range, right? With the amount of specific content areas for science that the expectation they were expected to cover. And so all of that they felt was concerns that they had. So I think you've done a nice job of kind of delivering a lot of their concerns from why those scores were so. Thanks for that.
So I will also say, we also showed, now I know this data is quite old, but we also did show the NAEP results from 2015, because it is an external measure, and it was the only external measure that we had available. We also only had it for grades 4 and 8. So it was just really shown at a very high level, just as another external set of data to look at. So the state presented this data just to show as a external piece of evidence to look at. So Kevin went through this and also kind of showed a little bit more of the detail of where this data came from, just as a framework for consideration, and giving sort of another piece of data to consider with respect to when you're looking at impact data, how you can sort of use it as a frame of reference. And so again, this was given just as context within the general session. It wasn't provided during the time when they were looking at their own impact data during the standard setting itself. All of that data I just showed was sort of laying the groundwork for this is where we came from, and we're laying it as this is something to use as consideration of based on the previous assessment and where we've come from over the years. Here's some data for science, and also here's some data for ELA and math as sort of a framework for consideration. And now I want to move into who the participants were. The participants were recruited as a large state effort to represent the educators across the state. And they were selected based on a number of criteria in terms of having to represent the knowledge that was going to be on the test, since this is a very content heavy task that they were going to have to be involved in. So they had to be current teachers or have recent teaching experience, and experience with diverse examinee populations, and understand the instructional environment. And we were looking to have 12 participants per committee at least. That's what sort of our goal was, to have 12. And we did end up with having 10 or 11 per committee. Each committee had 10 or 11 in each of the committees. In terms of the assessment, the new design did continue to have the multiple choice, multiple select, TEI, and constructed response items. But the new item types that we brought into the design were these new standalone items, and then the short answer items. And the hope of these, again, was to help to bring down the cognitive demand of the assessment, particularly because of that at grade 11, where we were seeing just such the rigor at that level, but also in the grades 7 and 4 as well. And then to continue to include some of the cluster items with the 8 items that came from the original design. And then to incorporate clusters with fewer items and shorter stimuli to sort of minimize the reading load. And students experience these newly developed items in the spring 25. And again, it was set up as sort of this operational field test design. This is what the new blueprint looked like. Grade 4 had 39 items, or I'm sorry, 39 points. Not 39 items, but 39 points. Grade 7 had 43 points, and grade 11 had 43 points as well, distributed across the physical science, life science, and earth and space science domains. There are new performance level descriptors, and we did talk about this at the last TAC meeting. You may remember that the science performance level descriptors on the previous assessment looked a little different than the ELA and math descriptors. They were much more detailed than ELA and math, and they were written at a very high level. And so the state worked with the Center for Assessment in order to develop new performance level descriptors that were more in line with the way that ELA and math worked, and that were hopefully going to be more online with what the knowledge, skills, and abilities should look like, particularly for proficient and distinguished, so that they weren't so high in terms of what students needed to be able to do, so that they would be more appropriately leveled. And so the new PLDs are at these links here on the website if you wanted to take a look at those. Yes, Leslie.
Yeah, hi, this is Leslie. Yeah, just a question about the PLDs. You're right. There was a lot of discussions and recommendations around the PLDs at the last meeting, and I just want to say thank you for considering our feedback and incorporating it. I guess, and it sounded like in reading the report, you actually convened a committee back in June, so 3 months before this standard setting, to get input in developing these PLDs. So my question is, were there any members of that committee of educators that all were also part of the standard setting in September?
Yes, there were. There was definitely an intention to have overlap between those two meetings. Obviously, there was also new people on the standard setting committee that were not part of the PLDs, so that we could bring in new people that weren't part of both committees, but there were people in each committee that were part of the original PLD group, so that they could help to be sort of leaders in the standard setting committee to help, bridge the gap between those two committees.
That's great. Thank you.
Yes, I see another question. Yes. Oh, yes.
Hi.
Oh no,
Corinne.
now I lost the presentation. I'll have to figure out how to get back.
It's Corinne Huggins-Manley from
Yeah.
University of Florida.
Yeah.
In terms of their, you said that they could have recent teaching experience or current teachers. Was there an attempt to make sure that their teaching content spread across all the varied content of science on the exam, biology to whatever, or how well were y'all able to achieve kind of a content balance of the teacher's instructional experiences?
I will let Kevin speak to that because they did the recruiting.
Yeah, and thanks for that question, Corinne. Yeah, our first goal was obviously to try to get those that would have an all-inclusive set of background to the content, but we found that was very difficult in trying to get someone that could measure. So we were able to, I think, get some at the high school level that maybe had a focus on maybe a couple of like maybe biology and chemistry, and then whether it be life science, earth science, but we were able to get a combination of those in there to have representation from our folks with the content background, as well as those with the background of special education as well. So we tried to look at all facets of that, and I'll be honest, it was a task. It was a task trying to get folks, to they wanted to have input, but just, during the school year, trying to get folks, to be available was hard. So, yeah, we did try to show a well-rounded representation, though.
Yeah, that's great. It just seems like more of a challenge in science than other areas. And with the bookmark method, the more familiar you are with actual students in that content area, the more accurate. But thank you. That was helpful.
Suzanne?
I don't know if you were going to mention the threshold descriptors, Tracy, but from my readings, am I correct that the threshold descriptors were developed outside of the meeting, ahead of the meeting? And if so, I haven't seen that done very often. When I've been involved in standard setting, that's a really important task, especially with this method for the panelists to develop the threshold level descriptors and to talk through that and to have some kind of owning of their threshold level descriptors because of all their deep discussions within tables and across tables. So could you just talk about the threshold level descriptors and the extent to which you feel like the panelists understood them, knew the differences between them and the performance level descriptors, and how were they introduced? Because I noticed one or two comments saying that a panelist thought another panelist might be using the performance level descriptors and not the threshold.
Yes. Before I talk about how they were used at the standard setting, Laura was actually involved in developing both the performance level descriptors and the threshold. So Laura, can you speak to that process first, and then I can speak to how they were used at the meeting?
Yes, sure thing. Thank you. I was going to try to chime in. So perfect. Yeah, so Leslie had noted the June PLD workshop that we had with a group of science educators. And that workshop focused on early draft descriptors for proficient across for the 3 grade levels. And that workshop also included discussion of threshold descriptors. So we started with the performance level, and then we had the group also talk about thresholds. So we wanted to engage with educators about both of those descriptors. And then we used their feedback to both inform and make updates to proficient, but also to build out, kind of mirror that same approach and the same kind of language across the other performance levels. And then additionally had a conversation with some of the content specialists in KDE before the standard setting as well, that further informed kind of the final drafts that were used in the workshop.
Yes, and then at the standard setting, we talked about both the PLDs and the threshold descriptors after they had already taken the assessment, and they took Form 1 for experiencing the assessment. They took Form 1, which is a full blueprint. So there was 15 different versions of the assessment that were given to the students, because again, this was an operational field test, and there were 15 different forms, and they took Form 1. So they took that, they talked about the test, and then they first talked about the PLDs. They first start with the proficient, they talk about proficient, and then they sort of move up and talk about distinguished, and then they move down and they talk about the apprentice. Then once they're done with that discussion, then we sort of then hone in on that threshold description. But to the comments that you saw in the report, there is always, especially at round 1, there's always a lot of confusion about that sort of move to the center. This always happens at round 1. And if you look sort of in the appendix of the report, you sort of see the round 1 all over the place, where cuts go. And this happens all the time. In fact, sometimes you see sometimes you see people that are doing like a proficient, they're proficient, which is supposed to be for a threshold. You'll see way up at the top of distinguished, and then you'll see people put the top score point. Like, we literally had people put page like 87 for distinguished, and you're like, wait a minute, like this is like the lowest entry into distinguished. So even though we spend a lot of time talking about the lowest, it doesn't hit for some people until they go through it a couple of times. And so I've done, by this point now, this I think was my 38th standard setting that I've done in my career, and it doesn't matter. There's always some people that no matter how much you talk about it, it doesn't make sense until they've done it a couple of times. And so it doesn't really concern me that they don't understand the threshold descriptors until they've actually done it. But the light bulb, the aha moment doesn't happen until they actually do it. And then they hear from their colleagues about, oh, now I get it. Okay, you put it there because of this reason. That's why you picked that item in the book. And so it's that kind of like discussion among their table groups about why they pick this item instead of that item is when it finally like makes sense. And that's why there's multiple rounds that happen. So the first few times I remember when I did this in my career, I just remember thinking, oh, I did such a terrible job explaining that because like 3 of the people in my room didn't understand me. But now I've seen, after doing this a number of times, that this happens every single time. But through the discussions with their colleagues, it gets better over time, and they learn how to do it. So that's why we have a practice round and then three rounds of doing this, you know, in the process. So I don't know if that helps, Suzanne, but that's kind of how the threshold gets
Tracy,
introduced.
this is Suzanne Lane again. I understand that, you know, that the process and that people get this aha moments. But typically in standard setting, and I understand why you had to develop the threshold per descriptors beforehand, because it was a virtual one. But typically they participate in the design. But it sounds like there was no problem with the panelists in adopting these thresholds and using them. Am I right in assuming that? Given that they didn't participate in developing the threshold descriptors.
Yeah, there didn't seem to be any concern from the panelists that they didn't adopt them. I think the confusion was sometimes in remembering and setting their bookmark to remember the beginning of the threshold instead of jumping to the middle of the category. So even if they were looking at their threshold descriptors, it's just sometimes people move to the middle of the category instead of the beginning. Even if they were looking at their threshold descriptors, sometimes people move to the middle of the category anyway, even though they're looking right at their threshold descriptors on their screen.
Hey folks, this is Chris. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, success. I have camera and audio now, so it's good to see you all. I moved to a PC that was in another part of my office. And I just want to say back, because I think Suzanne's making an important point, and Suzanne, I want to say this back so that we capture it appropriately. I mean, you're noting that development of the threshold descriptors by panelists is often core activity in helping them understand the distinctions between the threshold and the full range of performance. And I think you're cautioning KDE and all the partners that if that's not done in the workshop, it really elevates the importance of making sure those distinctions are made clear through training and development. Because again, that's it's a big part of being able to operationalize their understanding of those KSAs. But am I saying back your point appropriately?
Yes, thank you, Chris. And I understand in a virtual standard setting, it would have been very difficult to develop them perhaps by the panelists. I don't know if it's been done in the past in virtual. I'm assuming yes, because we did have some virtual standard setting a few years ago.
Yes, and it is possible to develop in virtual. The issue is the timing. We only had 2 full days for this standard setting, and in order to do the development of them and do everything well, we would have really needed 2.5 days. And this was the beginning of the school year, and pulling the educators out for 2.5 days would have just been very difficult. I mean, even asking for 2 days at this point in the calendar year was really, really hard. And Kevin didn't mention this, but that was part of the hard ordeal in recruiting at this time of the year, is that school had just started a couple of weeks ago, and to pull teachers out for 2 full days at this critical time of year was so hard. And that was part of the decision of why the decision was made to develop the thresholds outside of the meeting, so that we could take that critical task and do it ahead of time, so that we didn't have to spend that additional time doing it in the meeting.
Folks, I apologize for jumping in. We're a few miles on the clock. We're a little over time. Laura cautioned that we have a ambitious agenda. I wonder if it'd be appropriate for us to invite our colleague Erica Landell to share some perspectives at this point. And then we can, after her remarks, we can open up conversation about sort of overall recommendations about standard setting informed by her reflections from the independent review. Would that be okay with the team?
Works for me.
Erica, we'll pass the baton to you.
All right, I will take control of the screen and there we go. To my slides, and I will be very brief. But first I should say, hi, I'm Erica Landell, Senior Associate from the Center for Assessment, and I served as the independent observer for the standard setting. Really happy to be here and talking to all of you. I do think it's important, I always start off when I'm going to engage in one of these independent standard settings to be clear about the goal of independent standard settings. So why would the state like me to engage in this process? And getting clarity around the goal helps me really understand my role and kind of like where the edges of the page are. What activities am I involved in and which ones am I not involved in? And so you can see here that the goal was simply to collect evidence that the standard setting was implemented as intended, and that if you know things and things were handled in a way to make sure that the results could be supported and were defensible. And so here's a couple of things that I did do and I didn't do. So I engaged in all of the activities prior to the meeting that would kind of set up the standard setting. So I I engaged in all the internal trainings, which were focused on making sure, both the facilitators and the state, everyone knew their role and their job. I attended the end of day check-ins to listen to hear if there were any issues and how they were going to be addressed, but I didn't engage in any of the psychometric data and review of that. I didn't look at the ordered item books in advance to say like, these are good or they're not good. I didn't engage with panelists or try to answer any questions. And I didn't make any comment on the appropriateness of the cuts. It was all about the fidelity of implementation of the process. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. I know you all have the memo, and so the memo kind of goes through the areas in which I focused my observations. And so those are those 6 areas right here. I'll just take a second to go through my thoughts relative to each of these areas and make sure that we have time then for conversation and questions. So participation we already talked about, and this really the key question here is, did participants meet the requirements or goals that were outlined in the plan with respect to expertise and representation? And so for the most part, and again, I was working directly from what was in the standard setting plan. That was the nature of the information that was provided to me to support my observations, and then the standard setting slide decks and training materials. And really there was good diverse representation. You had educators from a variety of different locations and grades. They had good background and experience, so that seemed to work really well. The meeting organization and supports here, did the structure of the meeting and the materials align with, again, the expectations that were outlined in the plan, and were things presented and organized in a way that made sure that the meeting would be successful? And I hadn't been to virtual standard setting before, and I was really impressed with how well things were organized and situated for people to be able to access materials, engage with each other in this virtual setting, to be as successful as possible, knowing how difficult it is to kind of facilitate these meetings. I think training is the one I'd linger on them for a little while. So this is, was both the content of the training appropriate, and was the length of time allotted to training sufficient? And I know that there was as we're talking about here, constraints in terms of time and all the materials that had to be folks had to get through. But I do think in terms of the content, the training included all the components that you would expect to see for a bookmark standards setting. There was a clear clarification of the purpose and the role of the participants. As you heard, there was information provided about the context in which the standard setting was occurring. So the data and the information was provided in advance about, this is the current state. This is what we're seeing in science. This is what we have seen in grade 4, 7, 11. This is what we're seeing in ELA and math. The goal was not to provide that in any way to say like, this is wrong, this is unexpected, this is what we don't want to see. It was like, this is just where we are, and we want you to understand that this is the current state as we move into the new standard setting and thinking about expectations. So I think it's clear. I wanted to make it clear that from what I saw in the general training, at least, there was no like efforts to say, we're hoping to change this or make any modifications. It was just really, like Tracy mentioned, the current context. I think, again, in terms of training, everything was really good and well organized. The two things I would point out, I do think that there could have been more time, and this kind of goes to the PLD discussion, talking about and understanding the threshold PLDs. Again, knowing we were constrained, but I do think that that would have saved more time on the back end. And so I always feel if you can spend more time on training in the front end, that'll, kind of remove and kind of help mitigate some of that variability that you are going to see and the reteaching that you have to do after that first phase, after the first round of recommendations. But in the end, again, I do believe that the training was sufficient and folks did come to understand what the threshold PLDs were and use them and operationalize them. I think the other thing when it came to training that I would, and this is again kind of for the future, thinking about something that might be useful to focus on is, the nature of the rating responses. Would a threshold student answer this item correctly, right? And I do think that when you're talking about would, you have to spend a little time talking about what factors are and are not reasonable to consider within that would, right? And so you can easily say, well, wouldn't a student get this item correctly? Well, it depends. It depends on, how familiar they are with the platform. It depends on when they took the test and how, when they were taught the content. So really getting clear, I think, in the future about what factors need to be considered when you're evaluating whether a student should answer an item correct can, again, help reduce that variability. But it was something that they spent a lot of time talking about during the meeting. Finally, I'll just say that the facilitators were extremely well prepared and organized. I was very impressed with how they were able to moderate the discussions and pick really thoughtfully the items that they shared with the educators to talk about variability and where there may and why there may be variance in the ratings provided. So, and their answers to questions were handled accurately or passed off to the appropriate person. Panelists were extremely engaged. And they felt comfortable posing questions. And so I didn't see anyone looking uncomfortable or frustrated. There was plenty of time, at least throughout the meeting, for people to pose questions, and they were encouraged to do so. And so all in all, and troubleshooting, there was troubleshooting built in. So again, meetings at the end of the day, there was time for the group to kind of say what's working, what's not. There were no major issues that came up along the way, but there would have been time and procedures in place to address those if there were. So I think I'll just say in end that I think it was really implemented with high fidelity. It was extremely well organized, both prior to and during the meeting. And so the process did provide a defensible basis for recommendations. Are there things that potentially could have been tweaked or improved if there was more time? I think there could have, but I don't ultimately think that those things influence the validity and the appropriateness of the results. And so I'll just stop there. Do you want me to go to the next slide then? Nope. Yeah, go ahead, Leslie.
Hi, this is Leslie. Hi, Erica.
Hi.
Yeah, so again, thank you for the memo and the summary there. It was great. I think I just want to underscore and you brought it up to under the training section, which is something I noted when I read the report around the PLDs, especially in light of the good discussion we had earlier around the threshold PLD. And this would fall under, for the discussion questions that were given to us, I think this would fall under a recommendation I'm giving under what lessons have learned, what lessons learned to inform future events, because I know it's been done already. But I think the point you made, and I'll just read what you have in the memo about how some educators indicated uncertainty about how to navigate the subjective language used in the PLDs, such as frequency words. And your suggestion was that it would benefit from more time. So I would just go even further for future events, actually make the development of the threshold PLDs part of the event, because that is typically the way that you get the panelists to take the range PLDs and really make it their own, so to speak, right? And I know in many standard setting contexts, the threshold PLDs are used only within the meeting. They're actually never, unlike the range PLDs, which are published afterwards, it truly is a tool that's used within the meeting, but it's something that the committee developed together. So there's even a sense of camaraderie in developing that, and good conversations often stem for that. So for future events, if you can allot the time, it would be good for the threshold PLD event to be part of the standard setting. So that, in light of your suggestion there, Erica.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie. I totally agree. And I mean, and again, understanding the constraints that were in place here, but if it can't be done, I really do think more time needs to be allotted to those discussions. I mean, there has been, folks have discussed whether or not bringing the threshold PLDs that are partially developed, to the meeting makes sense so that you ensure that there's coherence across grades, so people aren't kind of operationalizing those independently and unintentionally building incoherence into the process. So vertical articulation is more difficult, but there still is a point that the educators have a lot of time to engage with them and modify them to make sure that they understand them. So yeah. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the observation. Yeah, Suzanne.
Hi, Erica. Question about the way in which the item ordered booklet was done. If I'm right, there was 87 items for the 4th grade. Is that correct?
I am going to defer to Tracy on that because I don't recall the specifics of the book.
Yeah, I can speak to that. It wasn't 87 items, it was 87 points. And
Points.
when Lacuna and I built the book, we wanted to be very intentional to make sure that there was that we had the distribution of the logits so that there was not big gaps in there, because we wanted to make sure we were fully covering the ability continuum. But the other issue is that when we have these constructed response items, we had to use all of the points. So like on all of the constructed response items, I didn't want to drop the score points. So sometimes people might say, oh well, if we don't really need the top score points, let's just drop those because like it's not going to be up there. But we didn't do that. We kept them all in. And so when the book was originally developed, it had fewer score points, but we had gaps in the ability distribution, and that I didn't like the way it looked. And so I said, Lacuna and I worked together to make sure that we didn't have any of the gaps. And so we had to go back in and make sure that we were covering, especially in the areas where we thought that the cuts may fall, that we minimize those gaps and that we were covering the domains appropriately, and that we were, covering all of the content and the distribution across the ability in an appropriate way, minimizing the number of items and points that we had to get. And so this is kind of where it ended up.
This is Suzanne. Yeah, I that was clearly explained in terms of trying to fill in where there were gaps. I think in the document it would be useful to provide some information about how the cluster items and the open-ended items were distributed and how that was presented. And because I'm thinking about the time it takes for the panelists to go through the booklet in round 1 with,
yes,
you've got cluster items and open-ended items, and they're along the score scale. So they have to go back and think about the text for the cluster items, especially for the 8-point items. And if there was, and Erica, maybe you can, so just to clarify that in the document. And Erica, did you see any issues with time for the candidates, or were there any issues with time having to go through the item ordered booklet with the cluster and open-ended items?
No, I don't remember there being a lot of issues with time. I think that, they were constrained in their time, and so they knew what time frame they had to work within. And so when you're given that constraint, I think okay, well, I'm going to have to speed it up here. And is it possible that folks maybe didn't get to the end of the ordered item book, but they had already kind of figured out where their transition points are? Well, that's possible, but I don't recall that being something that folks were frustrated by being stopped because they hadn't gotten a chance to get through the book.
Thanks. And thanks, Tracy.
Yeah, Corinne?
Hi, it's Corinne from the University of Florida. I didn't see much, and I don't think it was the purpose of your report, but I didn't see much about how the Zoom environment or the virtual environment um, helped or didn't help with discussion. It seemed like it read to me very similar to how discussions would go face to face. Is that how you really did that work out that well?
Yeah, from my perspective, I was actually really surprised how well the Zoom setup worked. And I do think that goes a lot to the way that the meeting materials were organized in this Moodle environment that allowed them to navigate to them very quickly. There wasn't, typically in standard settings, you'll have small table or small breakout group discussions. And that was not something that they tried to do. And I understand why that's the case. They stayed in large group discussion, and that, but with 10 or 11 people, it was still really, everyone participated. And so, yeah, it really worked out well. I was surprised, happily
Great.
surprised.
Thank you.
Are other areas of feedback from the TAC, particularly relating to these discussion questions that are presented? Looks like Lacoon, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, I just want to chime in with how we selected items to be part of the OIB. So I know there's a question about how we select the clustered items versus standalone items. So when we select item for the OIB, we did consider that to trying to reduce the cognitive load of panelists when they review the OIB. So for example, if the clustered item and a standalone item has a similar RP67 value, we tend to select a clustered item so that the panelists, when they review, they can review the cluster item as a whole instead of just review one single item from one cluster and then switch back to a standalone item. So trying to balance out the cluster item and the standalone item, the numbers in the OIB.
Thank you for that. Any other, Leslie, go ahead, that's your hand up.
Great. Since we're going to the discussion questions, I said a few things. Well, first of all, I guess this one goes under the first sort of response to the first question about the results. And Tracy kind of alluded to this earlier. Oh, sorry, I should mention this is Leslie Kang, just for the sake of the record. But yeah, as far as the results, what really stood out to me, and especially looking at the appendix where you've nicely looked at the round by round results, as Tracy, you mentioned, there was a lot more dispersion of the bookmark in round 1, and then there was a coalescing of it, but it was really stark by round 3, and especially between round 2 and round 3. And I understand from reading your process is that you didn't introduce the impact data until after round 2. So it does appear that the review of the impact data had a huge impact, I guess, on the panelists and how much the scores, especially if you look at, and this is actually a very minor question about the tables you have in the appendix. It says in terms of the cut scores, you have the different descriptive statistics. One of them you have is you labeled it standard error, but I'm wondering if that should be standard deviation of the page numbers. But whatever it should be, I do notice that standard error or standard deviation getting significantly smaller in the 3rd round. Can you speak a little bit to the experience, how much the impact data may have affected, and how it happened to seem like in all 3 rooms, where by round 3, there was a lot, if you look at the graph especially, you see how coalesced they are around the medium cut score. So is that partially because of the impact data and the discussion that occurred there after round 2?
Yes, I think in every room, the panelists were very surprised at the impact data. I think when they saw the percentage of students that were in the proficient and above buckets, they were very surprised at how little students were in those areas, and they were surprised at they didn't realize how high they were setting their cuts, based on the content, and they realized that, wow, it looks like we're overshooting a little bit and we're going to have to pull back. And they were very surprised by that, because they were trained on a content process, but based on the content process they were doing and the impact it had on where students would be placed based on that content process, they were very surprised. And then they were thinking back to the impact data they saw in the general session, that these cuts were actually higher than the previous impact data they saw in the general session, which they were like, wow, like this is even worse than the previous cuts that they were saying. Who were those people that set those? And those were really high, and wow, we're worse. We're doing worse than they did, which was very surprising to them. And so they said, okay, well, I guess we need to like go back to the PLDs again and think it through and think about the question, would students who are at the threshold of proficient be able to get this question right 67% of the time, go through that process again. So then you could hear them talking through the question and thinking about all the things. And it was really a team effort to think about all of the things that could be impacting on this question versus this next question versus this next question. And it was really something to watch as they were talking through that and going through, well, I said yes to this one, but I said no to this one, and here's why. And you could sort of hear them going through the process, and each person was kind of doing that. And then it was a beautiful thing. I would love, again, I don't know if there's other people on the call that were in the room, but I bounced around from room to room, but those were the kind of things that happen at that stage. And there's definite leaders that sort of step up at that point, but other people get sort of behind and get on board with doing the same kinds of things. But that impact data is definitely part of the process. But there's other people that say, no, I see the impact data, but this is what we were trained on. This is why we were here. And I'm looking at the impact. I'm looking at the PLDs, and I'm looking at the questions. And this is why I'm here, is to do this process. And the impact data is what it is. And so you kind of have like, the both camps. And so some people are very concerned about the impact data, and they move a little bit because of it. But there's other people that are like, no, this is what I was trained to do, and I'm going to keep doing what I was doing. And so between both of those groups, you do sort of see coalescence, but that's why the median, I think, is so helpful, is that you have people coming in, but it's still the median, which, is helpful in bringing that average in.
Pete, please go ahead.
Thanks. This is Pete Goldschmidt. Kind of piggybacking on Corinne's comment from way at the beginning of this in terms of panelist representation. Presumably we're making claims about the state based on the sample of teachers you've selected to do this activity, and you do provide, and this is pretty standard, but I think I'd like to see more information, and that is that you provide a lot of demographic information about the panelist, but it's not compared to what the state looks like. So if we know that, 20% of your participants have 1 to 5 years of experience, does that represent the teachers in the state? Because presumably that's what they're supposed to represent. And so I'd like to see a little more linking back to what are state population figures, to the extent I know some of those questions are going to be unique. You're not going to have those data, but some information you do have. And I think that would be important. And I think more importantly, you do have some information on rural and urban and all that sort of thing. But I think what's key here is the representativeness of the students that they teach, and some more specific information that allows us to be certain that these teachers are representing students from across the state. So for example, if and I know this is not necessarily readily information, but some available, but some of it is. if all of your participants come from very small schools, then that's a very different setting than if your participants are stratified by the distribution of schools in your state or the representation of the percentage of various race and ethnicities. So I know that information is somewhat there, but it isn't clear to me that your specific sample represents the students that are being taught by all teachers in the state. And I think that's overlooked because where you go through a lot of very specific exercises to ensure that this is generalizable and usable, but that first step is a little bit fuzzy, which is not uncommon, but I think it's time to really think about a little more critically at the very get-go, because if that isn't done well, then anything that comes from that is not necessarily generalizable. So a little more information on actual representativeness would be nice.
Pete, thanks. It looks like Kevin, you have your hand up.
I did. Yes, thanks for that, Chris. And I'll be brief. You know, I 100% wholeheartedly agree with Pete's comment there. And I think in an ideal situation, it would have been advantageous to have a wide representation of panelists readily available. We started, as Tracy noted, the recruitment process actually started for this. This meeting occurred in September. We started back in March to try to get folks involved. And I mean, we really borderline probably harassed some of them to get their participation. I'm not sure how it is in other parts of the country, but it's extremely difficult. I mean, when you think about what the teachers encounter day in and day out, they are they're worn down, right? They deal with so many different things that they have to wear so many different hats, I guess is the best way to put it. And so we didn't have the diverse population that we originally wanted. We really pushed. We reached out. We had folks from our Office of Teaching and Learning who has that bond probably way more than we do with their content teachers to reach out, and we really came up with specific areas of the state that was way more interested in being part of this than others, as well as we had more female teachers that were available to participate than we did males. Again, going back to the content, even the availability of those that may have access to or background in all content areas versus those with expertise in select few. So I 100% agree with you, and I think we can maybe share a little bit of the detail around our processes, but it was not without a lot of trying. I know we have folks, Helen Jones in our office and Kristen Roseberry, they literally done everything but go to their house and visit them to try to get them to take part in this. And it was just, it was a difficult task. It really was. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it wasn't done as well as it could be, but just for example, your female teacher comment. So if 75% of the participants are female, it would be hard for me to know whether or not that's reasonable, because it very well could be that 75% of your science teachers in high school are female, for example, in which case, well, then that's acceptable. But if 90% of your high school science teachers are male, but 75% of your panelists are female, and if we don't know whether or not females and males, if there's any sort of effect on that, then that would be an issue. But the fact that 75% are female might be perfectly fine. It may be completely, A, irrelevant because sex or gender is irrelevant to standard setting and teaching, and B, it might be representative of the state actually. The first one is more difficult to answer, but the second one is easy. If we had data that says, oh yeah, well, 75% of our teachers are female, so that seems off, but it's not.
Pete, we take your point about the importance of clear documentation on that, and that's helpful. I see Elena has her hand up, and then maybe after Elena shares her perspective, I'll see if the TAC is ready to review some candidate recommendations and move on to the next item. Oh, I see Leslie's jumped in the queue too, so I won't cut you off, Leslie. We'll go Elena and then Leslie.
This is Elena. Thank you so much, and my apologies for my video camera issues. Just wanted to kind of sit with the appendices because I think they do kind of highlight some really interesting issues and results. So, for example, we're looking at both Appendix B as well, Appendix F, I'm sorry, and G, particularly as we're moving from round 1 to 3 and looking at, yes, it does kind of converge, but there's still pretty I would say solid spread as it relates to kind of proficiency. So it kind of tells me that not really clear whether there was a whole lot of consensus around that cut point. And it just makes me wonder about, I think there's caution when you see that type of spread. And it's something that I think we may want to think about a little bit more in terms of just adopting these without perhaps either thinking about, is there a way that we could potentially do some kind of post hoc validation, something along those lines, because that does look a little bit disturbing, especially because we also know that it was highly impacted by the impact data as well.
Lena, thank you for those suggestions. Leslie, let me let you get in, and then let's check in where we are on this topic.
Sure, thank you, Chris. And this is Leslie speaking. And I guess I'll just keep this brief, but maybe this is for a further discussion either later this meeting or some other time. I'm just curious because we never got to on slide 32 of the slide deck, but also interestingly, page 32 of the report. You talk a little bit about establishing the reporting scale. And I had some questions about just sort of, you give the scale, you give the transformation formula, and from that you can see that somehow the decision was made to make 800 sort of the center, if you will, or at least the intercept of what you're doing, and then 16.67 is sort of your standard deviation of the scale. And in your report, you do explain sort of the rationale behind why you made that choice. I guess my question around that, maybe, and this is maybe for something about ensuring documentation clarity, you could further elaborate on the why 800, I guess, as the midpoint of the scale. I know in a lot of practices, to establish this scale between theta and reporting scale, it's typically a linear transformation. So you need either 2 points or a point in the standard deviation, which is the approach you took. But in many contexts, the idea is to actually choose a point that could be consistent across the grades. So for instance, maybe choosing 800 as your proficient cut or 750, whatever cut, a common cut that's across the thing that is more easily interpretable. As it is right now, it seems like you have different sort of cut scores for each of the levels across the grades. And so I'm curious sort of the choice there. And then also just a clarification on the actual description of this that you currently have in the report. It says to justify sort of, I'll just read the line. It says the transformation ensures that the midpoint of the scale, 800, corresponds to a theta of 0. And then the proficiency threshold, typically around the scale score of 750, aligns with a theta near -3. And -3, and so I went and looked, none of your proficiency thresholds are near -3. They seem to be around 0.5, if I'm looking at your results correctly. So I'm curious about that specific statement about aligning 750 with -3, what that actually means, because that does seem to be your main justification for choosing the transformation constant, doing the transformations that you did. So I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, but as far as the suggestion, I would say maybe make that clear in your documentation, especially as part of your technical report.
Yeah, that is a good point, and I think I actually was not clear or made a mistake in the way that I wrote that, because that -3 wasn't supposed to correspond to the cut score for that apprentice. It was actually supposed to sort of correspond to the range of the thetas for the assessment. So I need to clearly go back and rewrite that. I'm actually gonna have both LaCoon and others on the call speak more to the 16.67 and the 800 because there's actually a long history to this. But what I will say is that we did have 2 different phone calls where we talked about the actual scale that we wanted to use and what the linear transformation would look like. And we presented several different options, and we met with KDE and also with Humro, who works very closely with KDE on this work. And so there was a couple of internal calls the week following the standard setting so that we could get the scaling determined in time to have the score reports done. And LaCoon was the one internally at Pearson who did the work, but there's actually a history to this that goes well beyond that call. And so I would like to have LaCoon and others from KDE to be able to provide that history because it goes well beyond the time before I came onto the call. So I'll go to LaCoon or anyone else from KDE that would like to give that background history for that part.
Sure. This is LaCoon. I'll speak a little bit about how we decide the new scale score range for science, which is from 700 to 900. So before this standard setting, we have been using 400 to 600 as the scale score range, consistent with all the other subjects for KSA. And because this is the new test design and new science test, so we want to differentiate the new science test from the old science test. So that's why we decide instead of keep using 400 to 600 reporting scale score range, we want to change that to 700 to 900. So folks in the field, they won't confuse themselves with just comparing the new scale score to the old science scale scores and to make a comparison there. So that's why we chose the new scale score range to be different from the old ones. In terms of the linear transformation formula, where we chose the fixed slope and intercept, at the beginning of this process, we proposed 2 options to KDE. The option 1, which is what we chose finally, the 16.67 as a fixed slope, and the intercept as 800 fixed across 3 grade levels. Another option is we see if we can fix the scale score cuts at the level 2 to 3 and level 3 to 4 for each grade level. And then we use the formula to calculate the slope and intercept for each grade level. So for that option, each grade level will have its own slope and intercept. So that will be variant. But at the end of the transformation, we will have the equivalent scale score cuts across grade levels. With 2 options, we present the calculated results to KDE. It's not have the huge difference between the 2 options as we compare the results. And KDE still, so we decide to still using the same methodology to pick the fixed slope and intercept for each grade level. So that's we end up with this new final transformation formula. I will pause here, see if folks from KDE have anything additional to add.
Thank you for that clarification, and hearing no other comments on that topic, I want to invite the TAC to shift to a place where we review candidate recommendations and see if that's agreeable. This is my first time working to help facilitate this TAC, so tell me if this is our normal protocol for this. My colleagues and I at the center, we've been putting candidate recommendations in the KTAC recommendation document that I think you all have access to, so you can follow along with our proposed wording of these recommendations. That's Laura, do you want to say how folks can get a hold of that? It's linked to the website, right?
Yeah, and it looks like we've got some guests in there, but it is currently linked in the webpage. If you're not seeing it under KTAC recommendations, that little light bulb, maybe just hit refresh on your page, and that link should take you to the document. And typically we have invited folks to review. If you have suggestions, additions, please do so in suggest mode. And a reminder, you get to that by clicking on the little sort of pencil in the upper right of your screen, so that we can see those. So we'll give folks a few minutes to review, and then we'll proceed.
Maybe I'll just, thanks, Laura. Maybe I'll just give a quick voiceover to some of these as you review them, and say a little bit about why we were elevating these as recommendations. We heard earlier on in the conversation, I think Suzanne suggested the importance, and Leslie later amplified that point, the importance of having panelists help develop the threshold PLDs as part of the workshop. And if that's not possible, it really elevates the importance of ensuring that that's made prominent in training. So we captured that as one recommendation. Second point was really reflecting on some of the feedback that Erica provided. In her independent review, she noted that focusing on the factors that can influence student performance and how they should be factored into judgments about candidate thresholds is particularly important for training and support. Might help eliminate some of that variability and judgments that we saw emerge. There were the third recommendation is to provide more information about how the different item types were presented and incorporated in the process and the rationale for those choices. I believe Suzanne gave voice to that when she was talking about, there's a lot of different decisions for how you can portray those items and to the panelists, and those have an impact, obviously, on how the process unfolds. And I think Suzanne was just calling for clarity and documenting that and explaining why those choices were made. Pete was making some very good points about, and I took a little editorial privilege here, Pete, so help me make sure I honor your point correctly here, that providing comparative information about the panel's characteristics and the targets. You suggested some important targets, such as congruence with state proportion, or the extent to which the students that are connected to the teachers that they serve is representative. But I think the key point you were making is you've got to have some way to side-by-side look at the panelist characteristics, how do they measure up against the targets, whatever they are, so that people can make judgments about their sufficiency and potentially improvements in recruitment moving forward. And then really keying off of Elena's point, and again, folks should weigh in and see if this is appropriate. Elena was reflecting on the variance of judgments and the influence of impact data, and suggesting that the steps to provide ongoing monitoring and review, such as a validation study, should be considered. So those were the recommendations that we took from obviously a very wide-ranging conversation. And let me pause to see if any of the TAC members have suggested additions or revisions to that, to these recommendations.
This is Suzanne. Nice job, Chris.
This is Corinne from the University of Florida. In past meetings, we would just kind of make little edits here and additions and all. Is that something you're wanting us or okay with us doing today as we go through and tomorrow?
Absolutely. And yeah, I think I'm happy with folks editing the document. We can all look at the edits together and talk about them if they take it in a direction that needs conversation, or if you just want to give us voice to any reactions you have, Corinne. So yeah. And again, help me behave appropriately if I'm doing this in a way that's orthogonal to previous TAC practice.
The only thing I'll flag is that we do need to vote on these, and once we vote to approve them, we can't edit them further. So any edits that you make, I think I propose that we hold off on the voting parts. We aren't trying to do a motion and second and voting on every single agenda item. We can do that at the end of the day, but we wanted to give you time now to review them so that you're not trying to remind yourself about every discussion at the end of the day, if that makes sense. So we'll take a little time with them at the end of the meeting. If you have other little tweaks you want to make, we could certainly incorporate those now, or as Chris said, voice over any recommendations you have, and we're happy to try to capture those as well.
Hi, this is Leslie. So I guess one other point I'd like to propose, and this was the last discussion we had, was, and this is for the sake of making sure that the documentation is as accurate and as comprehensive as possible, is just making sure that you do document. I think this will be helpful if this is ever used for peer review or other sake, is to document how the rationale for how the scale was established after standards, specifically the reporting scale, how it was established. And I think what Tracy and LaCoon said there was very, very helpful in sort of capturing that. But in case you ever have to present this as official documentation, it would be good to, because ultimately the reporting scale is what shows up on reports, right? So it'd be good to have that documentation, how you went from the standard setting data to the reporting scale.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Right. Any other proposed additions or revisions? Don't want to rush us, but I'm also aware we're a little behind schedule, so I want to keep us moving if we're ready to do that. And Laura, it's been the tradition do we vote on them as a package at the end of the meeting, or do we?
Yes, I think we'll do that just to save some of the time, because otherwise we'd have to go through a whole voting process with each agenda item, and I'd rather we just do it at the end of the day.
Okay, well, if we're ready to move on, and certainly TAC colleagues, if we need to go backwards and refine anything, don't hesitate to indicate that. But the next topic is about the breakdown of science items. And I think the key questions here we want to look at is how understand a little bit more about the process for developing those items, some of the rationale, and we have some colleagues from Pearson to walk us through that and to stimulate some discussion from the TAC. So I will turn it over to our presenter from Pearson.
And Chris, this is Kevin. Before bringing Abe and Denise onto to share their basically this will just be a discussion setting based upon the document that was shared with the TAC members in regards to the item development. But to give a little context behind it before we get started is back in November, our team had asked Pearson to share the details of item development with a specific focus on science. And we've had lots of interest from our State Board of Education around science, as Tracy kind of talked about in the early onset of the standard setting. And we wanted to give them a better understanding of that process. So during the conversation today, I think what we would hope to hear is we'd like to hear your thoughts and discussion on the process, the way that I think Abe and Denise will potentially explain it, and then what we can do to be better prepared to take this conversation to our state board meeting and upcoming meetings. So that just kind of to set the context a little bit. And so now I'll let the experts talk about it. I'll turn things over to Abe and Denise and whomever else may be joining them. So thanks for that.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Abraham Rudnick. I'm from Pearson. Denise is also here. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself, or if you. I know you're talking later as well. For just a second. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I'll just say hi. I'm Denise Stiglich. I'm the test development manager at Pearson, and Abe's going to run this for the most part. So.
Okay, so I will say I've never tried to actually present a PowerPoint in Teams, so I'm going to give this a shot, and hopefully this works. Let's see. Let's see if this is...
And Abe, if you'd rather, I can take control and advance you to the next slide, but I don't think you all had any slides for this part, correct?
No, yeah. We didn't get ours in, so I have my own little PowerPoint here that I wish I could just hand it to you. So I'm gonna see if I can get this presented. Okay. I don't know what just happened.
We may have to call on Ben and or Devin to come in from the bullpen and help save us.
Yeah. I'm clicking share and it's not can't display content. There was problems displaying content. Okay, I'm gonna try and take my camera off, see if that helps at all. I'm gonna stop and try sharing it. Oh, dang it! I hit stop sharing. Let me try to share.
Abe, up by the button that says your microphone and it says share. If you click that, does it allow you to share your PowerPoint?
Think it wasn't before. It was not giving me that on the list. There was something going on and it said I couldn't share. Now it seems to be possibly working. Can people see my PowerPoint?
Yes, I can currently see it. You just need to enter your slideshow mode there in
Okay.
PowerPoint. Then you
That
should.
wasn't.
Devin and I can take care of uploading the KTAC PowerPoint back on as soon as you all conclude your presentation.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Devin.
Are you seeing it in slideshow now, or is it?
Abe, go down to the bottom, and there's a little picture. It looks like kind of like a projection screen down the very bottom toolbar.
Bottom toolbar. At the,
all the way at the bottom.
Okay, let me.
Bottom, like right corner.
And this thing.
Go to the left a little bit.
It's on the left side of your Zoom.
Yeah, right to the right.
Oh, this thing right here.
Yes.
Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, that's worked at least on my two screens. Okay. Is everyone else seeing it? No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I know we're a little bit behind. I don't think I'm going to take up all the time that was slotted for me. So hopefully we'll make that up and everyone will still get a break. I'm here to present the way that we here at Pearson have been developing three-dimensional science items for the KSA. And so I'm just going to kind of go through it. I will just kind of preamble by saying we very much follow the documentation that is provided by the Kentucky Department of Education. I will give some links to that, but for people who have not looked on the site at the various supporting documents for the KSAs, I would strongly recommend looking through there. That's where we get our information on how to develop it. There's a lot of good examples. There's a lot of good presentations on the way that Kentucky would like science approached and the way we follow through. So first of all, I'm going to open with this. This is again from the Kentucky Department of Education, evidence-based instructional practices. And this is science is messy. So the actual quote is, science is a social and cultural construct in which students will interact with one another as they collectively explore and make sense of phenomena. In addition, science is often described as messy. And so this is just kind of an introduction to say, hey, these things are not neat and clean. We're not giving science the old divided up into neat little factoids and have the student regurgitate these. This is the much messier process of a student interacting with a phenomenon and having to use all three dimensions to interpret and understand and in some cases solve or engineer solutions to the problem. So first of all, we are going to follow all the approaches in the Kentucky Academic Standards for Science. And particularly with three-dimensional science, this is a slight restatement of what's in that document. Understanding science and how on discrete pieces of information. To meet the vision of scientifically literate students, the integration of the three dimensions of science, as outlined in the framework for K-12 science education, must be maintained. These dimensions are science and engineering practices, or SEPs, cross-cutting concepts, CCCs, or disciplinary core ideas, DCIs. Now, just to kind of break those down, the SEPs, those are the ways in which students and engineers engage in their work. Some of the verbs we would describe with this are wonder, design, model, argue, communicate, and engineer, whether by engaging in engineering thinking or engineering solutions. For the cross-cutting concepts, those are going to be the conceptual tools that help the student understand the natural and the designed world. These are lenses that will allow the student to think and reason about science phenomenon across all the disciplines. So these are much broader than just any one PE. These can I use patterns, cause and effect, things of this nature in different areas. And then lastly, these are the DCI, and this is our more traditional, the content. These are the foundational understandings. One thing I will say that is going to be different about a DCI than perhaps older content standards is that these are known primarily as foundational understandings on which the student can then build their own knowledge. So we're going to be less focused on the fine details. We're not trying to catch kids on missing a factoid. We're trying to make sure that they can understand the basic concepts of a topic so that they can, on their own, develop further understanding of it. These are going to be organized into physical life and earth space science. We have as well ETS items on our assessment. However, are always going to be aligned to either physical life or space science. So we don't have any ETS items that are just engineering by themselves without some of the other content areas. Now, in general, all the items we produce are either going to be two-dimensional or three-dimensional. I'd say most of them are three-dimensional, but we definitely do have some two-dimensional items in there. A two-dimensional item is going to align to a DCI. All items have to align to a DCI. And then it will either align to a CCC or an SEP, but not both. Now, a three-dimensional item, and that's what we're going to really be talking about today, those align with a DCI, an SEP, and a CCC. The DCI is always going to be the one associated with the standard. So we have a KSA standard that each item is aligned to. The DCI will always be a DCI from that KSA. However, for the SEPs and the CCCs, we can use novel alignments at times. I'd say the majority of the time we still stick with the prescribed KSA, CCC, and SEP, but often we're just presented with a phenomenon. We have a concept, and just the natural way that we would analyze it, the natural way we would understand it, has a student engaging in a different SEP or has a student using a different CCC than the one that's in the KSA. So those will pop up as well. Now, we use in general a phenomenon based approach, which means that what we do is we're just going to start with a real phenomenon, and we're going to ask the students to explore it using scientific methods. So instead of asking them isolated facts, we're going to really assess them on are they able to integrate different skills and areas of knowledge to understand the phenomenon as a whole. And when we're developing the items, this is one of the things we do. We got to hunt down these phenomenons, and we look at the phenomenons. We decide, is this phenomenon a good basis for making an assessment? And so our approach for determining a phenomenon is a good basis assessment is one that is actually outlined in the Kentucky's three-dimensional science task module. So basically, this is a checklist, and this comes right from the module. And you'll see that there's a series of flags if you get the wrong answer. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to say, does the phenomenon drive the task? Does the student must interact with the phenomenon in order to complete the task? Does the student have to apply reasoning instead of just rote knowledge in their interaction with the task? Does the task require understanding of the DCI and application of the CCC and SEP? Is the task truly multidimensional rather than breaking the dimensions individually? So we don't want to have a task where we have part of it that's just the DCI and the student solves that, and part of it's just the SEP and the student solves that, part of it's the CCC. We want to make sure that the task actually involves multidimensional, where the student is using the SEP and the DCI at the same time. And then finally, is the task coherent and comprehensible? So that's, and that one I think goes without saying. So we're going to want to make sure the students understand what's going on. But this phenomenon, this is where we're going to start from. So we start from this phenomenon. that's where we're going to have the student do is we start each item, we're going to present a phenomenon, and then the student is going to interact with that phenomenon. Now, we've released a series of items. Each year there's the summer released items. So the items I'm going to go over today are all items that were released for the summer 25. So these are the most recently released items. I'm going to go over one item from each grade. We have three grade bands, 11, 7, and 4. So I'm going to start with the grade 11 item. I'll go into a little bit more detail in the grade 11, but then I'll also go through the grade 7 and 4, just kind of to show how these things play out at different grades. So to start off, I'm going to give you the alignments of each item. So you go in kind of knowing, okay, this is what we should see in this item. So for this item, the KSA is to use argument based on empirical evidence and scientific reasoning to support an explanation for how characteristic animal behaviors and specialized plant structures affect the probability of successful reproduction of animals and plants respectively. And you can see there's a big clarification statement. I'm not going to read the whole clarification statement, but it's just kind of gives a bunch of examples. So animals protecting their young, animals transferring pollen, plants attracting insects, that kind of thing. Now, one thing I will point out is this is a grade 8 standard. As you can see right here where it says 08 LS1-4. That means it's grade 8 standard. Because of the way Kentucky approaches their standards, they don't just put them into high school, middle school grade bands, and they align their middle school bands to specific grades. And because of that, a grade 8 item is going to be assessed at high school because we can't assess that on a grade 7 exam when a student has not been expected to take that. So high school exams will include grade 8 standards as well. So that's just a little preamble for anyone looking and saying why that's not a high school standard. And now the DCI, we'll go through all the dimensions of it. We're going to start with the DCI. So the DCI is LS1B, the growth and development of organisms. The text is animals engage in characteristic behaviors that increase the odds of reproduction. Plants reproduce in a variety of ways, sometimes depending on animal behavior and specialized features for reproduction. So basically, if we want to oops, I didn't mean to do that. So basically, if we want to assess this DCI in the context of the standard, what we're going to want is an item that contains information about structures and or behaviors of plants or animals that would in some way impact reproductive fitness, and the student's going to be expected to interact with those. For the SEP in this one, the SEP is engaging in argument from evidence. And the text is use an oral and written argument supported by empirical evidence and scientific reasoning to support or refute an explanation or model for a phenomenon or solution to a problem. So this kind of SEP, it opens itself to a lot different approaches, but typically we're going to ask a student for an SEP to do one of the following kinds of things. We're going to ask them to evaluate the validity of an argument based on a given information, describe evidence that supports an explanation, determine which explanation or argument is best supported by given data, explain why data does or does not support a given explanation, or analyze an explanation to determine potential flaws in its reasoning. So there's different ways we can approach it, and that's certainly not an exhaustive list. And then finally, the CCC, the cross-cutting concept, is cause and effect. Phenomena may have more than one cause, and some cause and effect relationships in a system can only be described using probability. So this one, we would want the students to interact with a causal relationship within a phenomenon, and the aspect of that relationship that the student should be focusing on is probabilistic and not determinate. And by that I mean this is not going to be F equals MA. This is going to be something where there is a probabilistic result of an action, but we can't say specifically exactly what it would be. So now we'll get into the actual item itself, one of the grade 8 released items, and it's a relatively large item. So I'm going to go through it piece by piece. I'm going to start off. This is the phenomenon. So this is what the student is first introduced. The first paragraph of this item is going to just introduce the phenomenon, which is basically about the reproduction of moss to yucca flowers and its relationship and their relationship to the reproduction. So I'm just going to read the phenomenon really quickly. I'm not going to read every word on this item. When a yucca plant is in bloom, a group of yucca moths emerge from the ground. A female moth and a male moth mate on the flower of the plant, and the female collects pollen from the flower. Then the female travels to another yucca flower where she lays her eggs, simultaneously fertilizing the flower. The eggs grow into larvae, which eat the fruit and make seeds by the flower, and which eat the fruit and seeds made by the flower. The larvae then fall to the ground, burrowing into the yucca plant to make a cocoon. The roles and actions of the plants and moths during this process are outlined below. So now we have a table, and the table is going to describe at different stages during mating, egg laying, and hatching, behavior of the moths and how that relates to the plants. And it'll be things like, if we just look at the first one, for mating, female gather pollen from a flower and carry it. And then for plants, you'll see that the plants need to be pollinated in order to produce fruits and seeds. So they're showing you aspects. They're not specifically saying every little detail in there, because we want the student to interpret stuff, but we're giving the student information to read and learn, and then you apply the different dimensions of the KSA. So this is the phenomenon part. And then we go to the next part, we'll actually get to the task. So based on the data, determine whether each statement supports the claim that the actions of the female moths contribute to the moth's successful reproduction. Select all the correct answers. So basically, now the student is given another table. And in this table has got a series of statements. And they need the students need to determine, based on the information that they've already been given, do these statements support a claim? So if we really want to look at, if we just want to take just the actual stem, the based on the data, and we look at that, we can actually even break that down into how it relates to the SEPs, the DCIs, and the CCCs. So if you read the sentence, based on the data, determine whether each statement supports the claim. Well, we don't even need to get into what the content is to say, hey, right there, that's our SCP. We're determining whether a statement supports a claim. All right. Then we get to the next part, says the actions of the female moth and contribute to the moth's successful reproduction. So that goes directly back to the DCI, which is talking about behaviors and structures that impact reproduction. And then if you really look to CCC, it's kind of buried inside there when it's just those words contribute to. And why I say this would be the CCC is because we are saying that there's a causal effect in the contribute to, but it's not determinate. That's why we say contribute to, not cause. So here's where our CCC is kind of buried in the actual statement right there, the direction line. So now when we actually look at the item as a whole to really talk about, well, how does the item as a whole really approach these different dimensions? Well, the CCC is the student is going to look through statements and determine if they support a claim. That's basically what the CCC is specifically asking the students to do. If you go back to the CCC, it's determine whether or not a claim can be supported. Now, if you look at the DCI, you'll see that the statements that the students must evaluate involve structures and behaviors that the students going to have to relate to reproductive fitness. So there you can see our DCI. And then for the CCC, they must determine if there is a probable cause and effect relationship between that statement and the greater reproductive success of the moths. So, and just kind of a slide just summarizing everything I just said, basically. So you can see the whole item at once. And you can, and in this case, you can see that we really, each different element of each different dimension is included in the task, and the student doesn't get to separate them out. In order to answer this, each of these statements requires the student to engage in each dimensions. So this is what we want a three-dimensional item. We wouldn't want 4 statements where one of them assesses the DCI, one assesses the SEP, and 2 assess the CCC. Each of these is going to require the student to use all of the different dimensions. And so this is our general approach to developing 3-dimensional items for science for Kentucky. And I guess before I go on, are there any questions?
Well, hi, this is Chris. Not so much a question at this point, but it's I just want to observe that it looks like our friends on Mac aren't able to see these presentations. I'm primarily thinking about one of our TAC members, Elena. So if somebody from Pearson is able to share that with us, we'll get it to Elena or just email it to Elena. So I just wanted to make folks aware of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I can definitely get this. I don't know that anyone else at Pearson has this. I was working on this morning, but I will get this. I will get this out as soon as this presentation is done. So yeah.
Yeah, you can send it. You can send it to me, even, and I'll get it to Chris and Elena to make sure that she has access to it as well.
Thanks.
Okay, terrific.
Corinne, please go ahead.
Yes, it's Corinne from the University of Florida. Where are you all in terms of testing these items? Have you done anything in terms of cognitive interviews with high school students, or having them think through it and all?
No, I have not had that kind of access to Kentucky students. I don't know if that's a thing that we could potentially do. I would say as far as interacting directly with high school students, it's been a while since I've actually had that opportunity. I would love that chance. But these have basically only the Kentucky teachers really were able to review. And we do an item review of all the items where we have teachers from Kentucky, and the Kentucky Department of Education gets to look at these. But we haven't done any cognitive assessments of students and their interactions with these. So
yeah, it seems like those would be helpful at some point for a variety of reasons, but also to confirm that the thought processes are aligning with SEP and DCI and CCC as you presume. So I recommend that in the future. I think it would help.
Absolutely, point taken, and I agree. I think that would be a wonderful thing.
Elena?
Thank you. This is Elena. I'm just going to kind of piggyback on what Corinne said, and in particular, kind of adding student voice as it relates to the phenomena, because I think what we've seen in many settings is that teachers often also have an idea that certain phenomena seem really compelling to them, but they're not for students. So I just kind of highlight this because it's something that's been noted in a lot of kind of science classroom assessment research work. And I don't see why it wouldn't spill over into a large scale arenas. So if there are ways in which you could certainly think about ways to collect information, particularly because the phenomena is huge, it's really kind of the hook to all of this. It would be, I think, a really powerful and a very useful way of thinking about item development too.
Absolutely, I totally agree. As a former teacher, yeah, I can just say I've written many tests where I've given them in classroom and have been stunned by the difference in my understanding of students' processes and their actual thought process. So certainly, this would be, at any level, helpful thing to do. Anything else before I go on? Okay. So that was my grade 11 example. I'm going to go into the grade 7 example now, and you'll see that I'll do the 7 and 4. I'm not going to go quite as slow and detailed, but similar. And you'll see it's very similar approaches are taken. The only difference is, the cognitive level at the high school might be a little higher than the middle school. The words might be a little bit more advanced, but the approaches that we're going to take are going to be the same. So going into the grade 7 item, we have an item. This is now got a 6th grade standard, and grade 7 you'll be asking 5, 6, and 7th grade alignments. So this one is construct a scientific explanation based on evidence for the role of photosynthesis in the cycling of matter and flow of energy into and out of organisms. And there's a clarification statement, an emphasis on tracing the movement of matter and flow of energy. So basically, when we have an item like this, we're really going to want to make sure that the student is directly interacting with some kind of photosynthetic scenario, and there is a clear movement of energy and matter in that. Then the DCI, you'll see, is the Organization for Matter and Energy Flows in Organisms. And the statement is plants, algae, including phytoplankton, and many microorganisms use the energy from light to make sugars or food from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and water through the process of photosynthesis, which also releases oxygen. These sugars can be used immediately or stored for growth or later use. So basically, this is largely, if you look at the DCI, it's largely a statement that photosynthesis in qualitative terms. We're not going to, it's not a numbers involved. We're not going to say 6 CO2 or 6 H2O, any of that kind of thing. But we want the students to understand this is the general thing that happens. It happens in plants, and it results to make sugars. Oops. For the SCP for this item, it's constructing explanations and designing solutions. So the text is construct a scientific explanation based on valid and reliable evidence obtained from sources, including the student's own experiments, and the assumption that theories and laws describe the natural world will operate today as they did in the past and will continue to do so in the future. An item that is going to align to this is we want to provide a student with evidence of some kind and require the student to use that evidence as the basis for an explanation of some aspect of a phenomenon or a solution to a design problem. And in this case, you'll see it's probably going to be the former. It's going to be understanding some kind of aspect of a phenomenon, but in some cases, we would have them applying, finding solutions instead. And the CCC is energy and matter. Within a natural system, the transfer of energy drives the motion and or cycling of matter. And so if we're going to align an item to this CCC, we're going to want the student to consider a relationship between the transfer of energy and the movement of matter in a natural system. So we want the student to somehow connect that this energy, this transfer of energy, is actually what is driving this movement of matter. So now we'll come to the item. And this one's small enough that I put everything together. I didn't break it up into phenomenon task. I'll just kind of read out the STEM real quickly so people don't have to squint too much. The student is performing an experiment using aquatic plants. She places an aquatic plant in a beaker of water and covers it with a glass funnel. The bubbles coming from the plant will be trapped by a test tube as shown. The student has two identical setups and places one in direct sunlight and the other in the dark. The student observes that the one in direct sunlight produces many bubbles, as shown, but the one in the dark produces no bubbles. What statement best summarizes what is happening in the experiment? And then the student is given these choices. So basically, if you'll see, is that we gave the student some evidence. We described the setup of an experiment and its results, and now the student basically has to find out which of these four answer choices is actually summing up what's occurring. And so I won't read them all, but the correct answer is the plant in the sunlight uses light to convert carbon dioxide and water into oxygen, which is released as gas bubbles. Okay. So if we go into like, well, how does this item then align to the dimensions? Well, we can see that in this item, the SCP is present in the STEM because it's asking the students to identify which explanation of a phenomenon is correct. We can see the DCIs in the answer because it's requiring the student to connect the experiment with the process of photosynthesis and to understand that the process, and that in this process, energy in the form of sunlight is being used to cause a change in matter, namely the production of oxygen gas from carbon dioxide and water. And then the CCC is going to be present in the answer as well, because it's requiring the student to connect the transfer of energy from sunlight to the plant with the movement of matter, in this case, the cycling of oxygen through the natural system of the plant and its surroundings. So you see that once again, you can't really, you can kind of, looking back, you can say, oh, the CCC is present here, the DCI is present here, the SCP is present here, but in the end, the student has to engage in all of these to get the answer. They don't get to pick which one they're using. They don't get to ignore one of them. This is what makes it three-dimensional, is that all three of these dimensions are going to have to be part of the student's approach to an item to get the correct answer. I'm going to stop now. Any questions or comments about the 7th grade item? Okay, there'll be time at the end too. So I'm going to go through one more example. This is going to be the 4th grade item, and you'll see it'll again be pretty similar to what we've just been talking about. So in this case, in 4th grade, they will have items from all the grades up to 4th. So this case is a 2nd grade standard, and so this would end up being on a 4th grade test. And the standard is 2 LS21. Plan and conduct an investigation, determine if plants need sunlight and water to grow. So that's our KSA. The DCI for it is LS2A. That's interdependent relationships in ecosystem. Plants depend on water and light to grow. So if we're going to align something to this DCI, we got to provide information about plant growth and the availability of water and light to the plant, and so that the student can interact somehow with that. For the SCP and the CCC, well, our SCP is planning and carrying out investigations. So plan and conduct an investigation collaboratively in order to produce data to serve as the basis for evidence to answer a question. So this one we could go different ways with, because planning an investigation and carrying it out, obviously students not actually going to plan and carry out a whole entire investigation on a single assessment item. That would be far too onerous. But what we would do is we would typically ask students to identify the steps needed to conduct an investigation to answer a given question, explain how setup or steps of a given investigation should be changed to provide data relevant to answering the question, explain how given investigation can be used to provide evidence or data to answer a question, describe which variables in an investigation should be manipulated or controlled to provide the best possible data, or identify issues with an investigation that would prevent it from being useful for collecting relevant data, and finally, suggesting ways to improve an investigation. And then for the CCC, it's cause and effect, and this one is events have causes that generate observable patterns. So this is a different cause and effect than we did before. This is, there should be, in this case, the student should have a direct cause and effect relationship in a phenomenon that results in an observable consequence. And that's the important thing, is that somehow there's an observable pattern or result that happens due to something, and that the student is going to interact with that. So if we look at the grade 4 item, so before I go into this item, let me preface it by saying that the previous 2 items were what are called standalone items. That means all the information the student need was contained within the item. This item is part of a passage-based set, and so I kind of had to do a little bit of reconfiguring to make it so that we can all see it at once. So this passage-based set actually had 2 different tabs in its passages. The first one is called Planning a Garden. I'm not going to spend time with that one. It's just a setup about a student who wants to plant a garden to grow tomatoes and onions and some other things, and that he's got to find a place in his yard. And there's questions that are related to this one, but this question is related to the second part of the passage, and I've actually kind of tucked it up in the top. And so the second part of that passage is, in addition to creating an outdoor garden, the student plans to investigate plant growth. Figure 3 shows additional details of 2 investigations the student is planning to conduct. And so we can see in figure 3, he's got 2 investigations listed, investigation 1 and investigation 2. This question is going to depend on investigation 2, which is different amounts of water, all containers in front of a window. So that's basically what the student is interacting with is wants to investigate plant growth, and the investigation that he's going to cover is going to involve different amounts of water and all the containers in front of a window. The student decides to use tomato plants for investigation 2. The steps up below are shown in boxes. Put the steps in order the student should do them to conduct investigation 2. Move the correct answer to each box. Not all answers will be used. So basically what we have is we have a situation where there are 6 steps available, and the student needs to determine which of the 4 steps they would use to do this particular investigation and what order they would be in. Okay, so if you kind of go back to our, well, let's move ahead. if you look at this in the light of our CCCs, our DCIs, and our SCPs, you can see that the DCI is going to be present because the student has to interact with the relationship between water availability and plant growth. That was what the DCI was about plant growth and the availability of water and sunlight. The CCC is present because the student must make the connection between the cause, which is one of the two plants being watered, and to the observable effect. Remember, we talked about observable effect, and that will be a difference in the height of plants, and that's the step that they're going to measure. If you look at the choices, they're going to have to, at the last step 4 is going to be record the height of the plants after 2 weeks. That's the correct answer. And so they're going to have to identify that's the observable effect of the cause, which the cause is the difference in waters. And then finally, for the SEP, is present in the practice because the student is engaging in, which is determining the correct steps for an investigation and putting them in the correct order. So the student has to pick through 6 randomly ordered steps, turn those into an investigation. And if you remember, the SEP was about planning and conducting an investigation. So here's the student planning an investigation. So this is, again, you'll see that all the student has to look through these using all 3 dimensions. They don't get to say, oh, well, step 1, I get to use SEP for, step 2 is CCC, step 3 and 4 DCI. No, the student has to incorporate all those in their thinking and analysis of the situation in order to come up with the correct answer. So this would be a 3-dimensional example of a grade 4, or an item that would appear on a grade 4 test, even if it is a grade 2 alignment. And so that's basically the examples. There are, for each grade, there's going to be a handful, maybe 7 or 8 released items. Not all of them will be 3-dimensional, but some will be 2-dimensional, but several will be 3-dimensional. And they'll all follow the same approach that I've just outlined here. And so just a quick summary. All the Kentucky science items, all of them are going to be 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional. We will not have DCI only items. We're not going to ask factoids. We're not going to do SEP or CCC items by themselves either. Everything's going to have a DCI. The dimensions are always going to be assessed together, not individually. So we will never break up an item into the DCI part and the SEP part. It's always using the DCI while applying skills and practices of the SEP. And I will go back to saying that when the SEPs, we definitely try to think of those as practices more than skills. These aren't things that students just develop and then have at hand. They're practices. They're things that they need to continue to do and continue to develop. And we're going to try and approach it that way when we develop. And then they're all Kentucky science items are going to be constructed with a phenomenon-based approach. So that's where we start. We're always going to start with phenomenons. We're always looking for new phenomenons. We have little lists of phenomenons that we mine to try and find, what is a great opportunity for assessment. And here in the science teams in Pearson, we're always trading around articles or things we found that we think would be great for developing new assessments. So this is a pretty good topic conversation, is finding the right phenomenons, finding new phenomenons. And we got some hits and misses along the way. And then finally, I strongly recommend anyone who would like more information about our approach, about the way Kentucky's asked us to approach things, is if you go to the kystandards.org and you look under standards resources for science resources, there's a lot of documents there. The stuff I referenced can all be found there, and a lot more stuff. It will talk about a phenomenon-based approach for doing modules. It'll talk a lot about what the 2 and 3-dimensional approaches are for assessments and for just science in general. So this I would strongly recommend if anyone isn't really familiar with what's there. That's a great place to go and check and look around. And that's all I have. Are there any more questions or comments?
Abraham, thank you. I just make sure I see Suzanne's in the queue and I want to get to her. I just want to make sure we're focused on the right outcomes on this topic, and that is that your intent was to give us a sense for the desired assessment targets and characteristics, and to take us through some information about how Pearson is developing the items and what the characteristics are so that we can stimulate a conversation with the TAC about the extent to which these items are honoring their targets and how we can improve development moving forward. Do I say that back appropriately?
That sounds right to me. I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in, but I agree with what you just said.
Okay, well, let's get to the TAC. Suzanne, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Suzanne Lane, and thank you very much. This was very informative. I just wanted to reiterate, it would be useful to provide some validity evidence that these items are assessing the dimensions and the number of dimensions that they are intended to assess for each one. So some cognitive labs and other methods could be used. My two questions actually are, how is for example, the last item that you showed us scored? I'm assuming the politimally scored, but if they have one out of order, but everything else is in order, do they get points, etc.? And then my second question had to do with, how do you assess the reading load and consider the number of standalone items with context versus the cluster items with context, but the extent to which they have to read the phenomena information on the standalone versus having a number of items on the clusters where there is phenomena presented?
Okay, so yeah, taking your first question was about the points. That was a technology enhanced item, and that we only can offer 1 point. We can't give partial credits on the at least the way we're currently set up. And that's something that we could, might be discussed going forward if they want to switch to multi-point technology enhanced items. But the current way our current process is that the only multi-point items we have are either multiple select items, in which a student has to select more than one correct answer out of a list. And in those, there's a possibility of getting 1 out of 2. And then short answer and constructed response items. Short answers are worth 2 points. Constructed response are worth 4 points. So those 2 types of items, they can get partial credit. Unfortunately, on this item, the one we just showed, it's an all or none item. So, and that's a tough one. I'm not going to lie. That was one of our harder items. The technology enhanced items very often have harder stats than multiple choice items, because there's more than 4 choices. There's let's see, do that 20, 120. I believe there's 360 possible answers for the last item. I'd have to actually do the math, but I think that's what it is, just offhand. So student isn't going to guess correctly. They really have to get that one right. And so that does end up being a little bit of challenging for an item like this, where you think, oh, there should be a way a student could get partial credit. Just currently we can't do it, but going forward, that might be something that's talked about or changed, if people decide that that's a better way to go about it. Now, as far as
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? For that item, that I was referring to, there are other items along with this text after this particular one? Because this is a clustered item, right?
Yeah, so that last one was part of a cluster. And so, yeah, and generally that's one of the nice things about clusters is we can ask a variety of questions, some which are a little easier, some which are a little harder, so that there can be different levels at which a student can interact with the phenomenon, different cognitive demands. Now, as far as the amount of information you have about difference between the standalones and cluster items, so there's been a change of approach. So historically, the items were all clusters. So and there were these long clusters. And if you look at the old KSAs up until last year, in fact, last year was the first where it was any different. The old were all these long clusters. And these long clusters involved a lot of reading. There would be as many as 7 stimuli sometimes in one cluster. That means 7 different little tabs, because each item would often come with its own new tab in a cluster. And so we've tried to go away from that approach, largely because it involved so much reading that there was a concern that the test was becoming too dependent on students' reading abilities and not as much, rather than the science being the difficulty driver of the test, which we like to have. So we have begun to introduce both shorter clusters and standalone items. In general, the majority of the items on any given test are going to be in a cluster. We're currently still using one of the areas is going to contain one of the old long clusters. So we'll still have one of those clusters, which involved a lot of reading and has a constructed response item, which is going to be more involved. It's going to be a 4-point item. But then we're slowly transitioning to adding in much more of these short clusters and the standalone items. And the clusters can go into much greater depth, as you implied. That if you do a cluster, you can present a student with more information than you would on a standalone item. Now that doesn't mean that there aren't any standalone items that aren't extensive, and there's some clusters where the actual phenomenon could be presented relatively briefly with some data, but there's a lot of different directions you can go with it. But we have been very conscious this year, or in this latest round of development, which is actually last year, in trying to make the level of reading lower than it has been, to try to keep the amount of time that a student has to spend just getting to the, from the top of the phenomenon to the end of the phenomenon less than it has been. Of course, that's always going to be, there's an art and science to that, I guess, is we really, the science being making sure the student has all the available information that they need to solve the questions, but there's going to be an art to making sure it's presented in a way that a student can interact with it well, making sure it's comprehensible, making sure it's coherent, making sure the students, the relevant aspects that the student needs to consider are presented in a way that makes it easier for the student to interact with them. We definitely want this to be a test of a student's strengths and not just a way to find out where their weaknesses lay. So we do try to present the phenomenon in a way that allows the student to interact with them at their best strength. But we don't currently do anything like, we don't have, say, Flesch-Kincaid analysis of all of our stimuli or anything like that to say, oh, well, we know for sure that this is at a lower grade. We've been more, between the editors and the writers, just kind of working to keep things at a low level. And then if there's words that seem out of place, we'll check the, grade level of that word. But we haven't been doing extensive readability efforts, if that was the question.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot there. Suzanne, did you have any follow-up? Are there other questions from TAC members?
This is Suzanne again, and I'm assuming that KDE content experts also review the items as you develop them?
Yes. So when we develop them, when we present all these to the KDOE, and then when we do the item review, and so I can't say to what you'd have to ask someone in the Kentucky Department of Education to what degree they review them and go over them, but they are all available for the Kentucky Department of Education to review and to have their experts read through and analyze and we would obviously make any changes that they would request.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I was going to just agree with Abraham that's correct. We do share these with our consultants that are content experts in their field in the Office of Teaching and Learning, and then also as these go through content reviews with our shareholders and educators across the state. So we do multiple rounds of reviews.
Yeah. Abraham or whoever's best positioned to answer this, to what extent, and I think you covered obviously a lot of good information in your presentation, but to what extent are things like task templates, design patterns, item specifications, to what extent do they describe these desired characteristics and features that you walked us through, and even include things, and some of Suzanne's questions surfaced this, things like readability, things like accessibility, like where would one find the sort of the foundational information about characteristics, targets, and features of these items?
That's a good question. I mean, we have some internal stuff. I don't know where, if externally, Denise, do you happen to know where someone outside of Pearson would see that?
Are the item specifications shared with anyone? I don't know. KTE, do y'all know on the website? I'm sorry, I don't know that.
We don't need to spend more time on this as needed, and maybe this is just something we could elevate to a recommendation to say it's really important to make sure that all of the design principles and characteristics that the department has prioritized should be well documented and available for inspection. And I'm that seems to me to be a step one. Again, great to have an expert like Abraham on here that walks us through it. But presumably, when item writers are tasked, they're working from shared understandings about what these principles and characteristics that are desirable are. I see Leslie has his hand up.
Yeah, hi. This is Leslie. Abraham, thank you. That was a really great comprehensive presentation. I learned a lot, and I really appreciate you. I don't know if it was intentional enough, but just through the 3 grades, you chose items that actually look quite different. So it gives a really good variety of like what items to expect. And I just want to, my comment is more to sort of build off of what Suzanne said. I want to double down on what she said about maybe making sure you gather validity evidence related to this, because I think that will be really important. And her question about readability kind of triggered in my mind this idea of, have these items been field tested or at least tested in the spring 2025? I'm curious about the amount of testing time these items take, because even your 3 items that you showed, I can see how to truly engage in these items, like the first one, for instance, the one you showed for high school, will probably take a significant amount of time compared to maybe the second one that you showed for grade 7. And I'm just curious, have you gathered any data around the amount of time it's taking students to take this across the board in terms of different types of students? And especially if these are items you're going to field test too, right? Because that's going to add to the amount of time it's going to take overall. So I don't know how much data has been gathered around that or considered in terms of reading load, amount of response time. And it is, and to your point, just a point about scoring, that last item that you showed, there's a lot of, I mean, I understand for practical reasons why it has to be a dichotomously scored item 0 and 1, but I'll just say psychometrically, you're leaving a lot of information on the table there, because I think just the different combination of answers you can give, you could probably learn a lot from how students order those steps about sort of what teaching, what their different like needs are. But I guess in a large scale assessment, that's probably not, and that could be that could help very formatively. But just to say, like, in terms of the scoring, I understand what you need to do, but there's probably, if you can use these items in a different way, you can probably learn a lot about these students, because they are pretty rich items that you've shown us.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I would definitely say you're right. We are leaving a lot on the table. If I were going to do this in a classroom, if I put on my old teacher hat, I certainly would not construct it that way. I would give the students a lot more room to both demonstrate their knowledge and make mistakes, and the mistakes are an important part of understanding where the student's at too, rather than just assigning them a 0 or 1. There'd be a lot of room in between there. Now, as far as the amount of,
Abe,
yes,
I'm sorry. I just want to jump in. I'm Jennifer Cash with Pearson, and Dr. King just raised some really good points. And I feel like they might go beyond, Abe is our science expert, content expert. So we do have information on timing and some of the other things you brought up. And I would love it if we could document those questions and then share that back with the KTE team, just so we're thorough and complete in our response. thank you for that extra time to put that together.
I appreciate you chiming in, because I was just going to say that I don't have the information about the time engagement, but I did believe that it was there somewhere. So
For sure.
thank you for chiming in on
Yep.
that.
Great, thank you for that. So it sounds like there may be some additional information that's not at our fingertips at the moment, but we could get on follow-up, which we appreciate. Leslie, did you finish your inquiry? Did you have any follow-up there?
Nope, I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Right, I see Suzanne and Tracy in the queue.
This is Suzanne Lane. Chris, I just wanted to comment on one of your suggestions, and that is whether or not you use task models that really specify what are the skills, what are the processes, what are the dimensions being assessed. And, you know, this could, the state might want to consider the use of task models for the science assessment as well as the other assessments, to really be able to be explicit about what is being assessed within each of the items, and might help generate items with the same or similar specification.
Thanks, Suzanne. Tracy.
Yes, I just wanted to make just a quick comment about that complex item at grade 4, in that, yes, I agree that there's a lot of psychometric data that's being sort of left off the table, but I will also say that we do have the capabilities of doing multiple point items with items just like that, but the test design for this assessment just doesn't allow for that. But there are ways that it could be set up to be a multiple point item with partial credit. It's just that the test design for this assessment didn't allow for it. But in the future, if a new test design is implemented, we do have ways to do partial credit for this exact item with machine scoring. And all of that can be done with the systems that we have in place. It's just not set up for this program, and that's why it wasn't done.
Thank you, Tracy, and I'll just put that back to the TAC. Is that an area that the TAC wants to register a position on? Pete, please go ahead.
But it's funny you should say that. So I think that would be useful information to see some analysis of exactly that. And they should bring that back to the TAC. Because partly, if we're to make recommendations, we need to see this sort of information beforehand, rather than, if we're going to make a recommendation on whether or not we should change the design, then we should see some evidence based on items that they already have to see whether that's warranted or not.
That's reasonable. Thank you, Pete.
Oops.
I know we are close to, well, actually a little past our scheduled break time. So let me do sort of last call for questions or comments. We've been putting some recommendations in the document. And so I'm going to just super quickly give some voice to that. I'm going to invite the TAC to respond either in writing in the document or with your comments. So there's a number of TAC members that urged or really emphasized the importance of validity evidence, in particular cognitive labs, maybe even broader interaction studies. So Lena brought in the importance of student voice. So we sort of captured that into one omnibus recommendation about that validity evidence and the different approaches that can be taken there. The TAC can benefit from seeing more data on engagement and cognitive load. And again, none of this should assume that those data don't exist or that anybody's cut corners there. It's just that we want to put markers here that that's important, and will add to our understanding of the extent to which these items meet their intended purpose and interpretations. And that kind of goes into this third recommendation about, again, we're sort of lumping together. There are source documents like design principles, task models, characteristic specifications that should cover a lot of the ambitions for these items. So rather than going, right into item example after item example, let's sort of back up and say, do we have some foundational documents that tell us what the features and what the approaches that we want to prioritize are, and then we can evaluate items against those criteria. I think is kind of what we hear in TAC saying. And it should be available for inspection as appropriate. Not everything's made public. There's obviously a reason to have some security, but in terms of being able to do thorough evaluation, I think TAC's calling for awareness of these resources and their suitability to examine how well the items match their the targets. And then for this last piece here, explore the possibility for partial credit scoring. As Pete noted, we need to see more information, potential models before considering it further, but it sounds like the TAC is saying we wouldn't want to close the door on that. We'd be open to having that continue to be an area of conversation. Click pause here, see anything big that's missing, any edits to these, to this summary that folks want to give voice to. And I do see some people working in it now, and that's helpful as well. And maybe the fact that we dangled a break a few minutes ago is persuasive. So that's understood. We've been going for a while. So it's 1:52. How about we just round it up to 1:55 and say we come back at 2:10, and we'll talk about how we need to adjust the agenda as appropriate to recover some of our time. But if folks would kindly come back at 2:10, we will see you then. Okay, we are right at our scheduled time to resume, so I suggest we do just that. We continue to be a little bit behind time, so we won't delay in getting right into the next session. I recommend. So the session next is on including text-to-speech and accommodations and equating. And I know Pearson has done a study to help us see the impact of that choice. So I will turn it over to our colleagues from Pearson to introduce themselves and to take us through the content they prepared.
Okay, I will take control from here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Likun Ho. I'm Senior Research Scientist at Pearson. Can everyone hear me okay? Thanks. I also want to make sure that folks see the presenting mode for the PowerPoint. So I'm going to present the study on including text-to-speech and accommodation students into the equating consideration. So for KSA, we have been using the post-equating methodology to estimate item IRT parameters and equate the current test to the previous test. And the current data inclusion/exclusion rules to create the calibration sample is always include the students' responses who tested on regular online forms. So we have been excluded students who were assigned to text-to-speech, large print, braille, and paper forms outside of the consideration. And there's a trend that we want to include to be more inclusive, so that the purpose of this study is to consider including the students who are assigned to text-to-speech, large print, and paper forms alongside of the students who are take tests on the regular online forms, see if there's any impact when we using this new calibration data inclusion rule on this, the impact analysis and scoring tables. So the purpose of this study is to examine the impact on the new data inclusion rule. We conducted both the item level analysis and test level analysis. So for the item level analysis, it's really to use the new calibration sample to go through the operational post-equating process and use the item stability check to see if any of the anchor item stability evaluation have the different results. And we also compare the scoring tables based on the new calibration data and conducted the impact analysis on both the overall scale scores and subdomain scale scores and performance level distribution. This table showed that the sample size comparison between the 2025 operational results versus this special study. As we can see that from this table, that is showing the reading and mathematics breaking down by grade level. So when we include students who are assigned to text-to-speech, large print, or the paper forms, there's about 5 to 10% of increase on the student on the sample size. And the majority of the increase is coming from the students who are assigned to text-to-speech. And this is a continuation of the table 1 that includes science, social studies, editing and mechanics, and on-demand writing. So across all subjects, we see the 5 to 9% of increase on student sample size and primarily coming from students who are assigned to text-to-speech forms. And this table lists the Leslie, you have questions?
Yeah, this is Leslie. This is really hopefully a quick question, just for my understanding. And I appreciate you breaking down the different accommodations here, large sprint and text-to-speech. Like, my question is, who are typically the students that require the text-to-speech accommodation?
I will defer that question to program and KDE.
So just to make sure that I understood your question correctly, Leslie, you're asking who would be the primary recipients of this. Typically, it's going to be students with a verified reading disability that does not have access to in Kentucky specifically, it would be someone with a student with a reading disability who does not have access to a human provider as far as accommodations go. So they are specifically using electronic devices day in and day out to assist with that reading action. And so those are typically the ones that would be able to use the text-to-speech feature.
Great. Thank you. And I guess part of my, thank you very much, Kevin, for that response. I guess one of my reasons to ask that is I do wonder, as Lucan, as you go through these results, thinking about the different subject areas, reading in particular, I'm curious, right? The text-to-speech, when reading is the actual construct you're trying to measure, does that sort of interact differently with the text-to-speech accommodation versus like science and social studies where reading is helping them to understand the context a little bit? So that's why I was curious to which type of student typically gets the text-to-speech accommodation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Continue with our results discussion. These tables listed the items included in the 2025 operational analysis. As we can see that comparing to the operational item stability check, for this special study, when we include the students who are assigned to text-to-speech and other accommodations, the anchor item stability results are consistent with our operational analysis. We didn't see much difference between the two results across all subjects and grade level. I did list the science test separately from the other subjects. It's because this year is the standard setting year for science test, and the new baseline scale is established using this year's data. So for this special study, we basically just utilize all operational items except for those 4-point open-ended items and use that as an anchor item pool and to conduct the post-equating. And for each grade level on the science test, the same criteria were used for the anchor stability check. We removed no more than 20% of anchor items from the final anchor pool. And this table showed the statistic check for the final anchor set using our two criteria in the robustity check. One is the standard deviation ratio, and the other is a correlation. So as we can see that the results from this special study is very similar to what we reached when we did the operational analysis. The standard deviation ratio across board is within the range of 0.9 to 1.1, and the correlation is about 0.95. And for science, it's also achieved the criteria for the anchor stability check. So after we conducted the item level analysis, we continue with the impact analysis on the test level. The three-part components included in this test level analysis is to compare the differences on the student overall scale scores and for the subdomain level scale scores. We also compare the differences on the raw scorecards on each performance level. At last, we compare the differences on the distribution of student performance level between the operational results and the special study. This table shows the comparison between the operational results and this special study on the overall scale scores by subject and breaking down by grade. So across all subjects all grade level for reading and math, we can see very minimal difference between the operational results and the special study results. I do highlighted the grade 8 for reading, where we see the biggest change of the scale score, which is 1 point. About 76% of students showing that 1 point scale score shift between the special study and operational analysis. But for the other grade level, we didn't see, we see minimal difference. And the same thing can be said for science, additive mechanics, and social studies. We do see more difference on each grade level for on-demand writing. I will go into more detail about this for on-demand writing. And part of the reason we see a little bit more difference on the scale scores between the operational analysis versus this special study is really the equating design for on-demand writing is different from the other subjects. For the other subjects, including reading, math, science, social studies, and additive mechanics, is using the common items non-equivalent group design. For on-demand writing, we use the equivalent group design due to the test design. So that's why it's more impacted by the samples, the student sample change. Even though we observed some difference on the scale scores on the student level, but when we took a further look of the raw scorecards on each performance level, we don't see that has, including the students with text-to-speech and other accommodations, have much impact on the raw scorecards across board for each grade level. And this slide showing for reading, we only observe one raw scorecard shift for grade 8. For the other grade level, the scoring table based on the operational sample versus this new sample does not have any shift. And same thing, we see that for math, only for several forms across the grade level for math, we see 1 score point shift. And very minimum for math. Science, only grade 4 paper forms, we see 1 score point shift. And this is science grade 7. So I will just go through this very quickly. I know there's a lot of data points included in each tables, but I will just highlight the bullet point that been summarized for the table. So overall, we don't see much shift happening on the raw scorecards change across each grade level per subject. And with exception of on-demand writing, because of the post-equating methodology, the different post-equating methodology used, we do see a little bit more raw scorecards change on the on-demand writing. Instead of some testing forms showing 1 score point shift on the raw scorecards, we observed 2 score points, and there's 1 on grade 11. We see there's a 3 score points shift on level 2 to level 3. So in this presentation, because we observed at some grade level for some subjects, we see the raw scorecard shift. So we want to see on overall how much impact it had occurred for the performance level distribution overall for the population. So on this slide and the following 2 slides, what we include here is when we observe the raw scorecard shift on certain grade level and subject, we want to see how much impact occurred on the overall performance level distribution. So that's why you don't see every grade level and subject included here. We only pick those subject grade level which has the raw scorecard shift. So even though we observed 1 to 2 points, 1 to 3 score point shift on some of the grade level and subjects, overall it does not have much impact on the performance level distribution. So for example, on this slide, reading grade 8, sorry, I have to read the font here is a little bit small on my side. So we see, even though there is a raw scorecard shift on reading grade 8, overall, the distribution of performance level are quite similar between the operational results and the special study results. With on the level 1, we see about 1%, 4% difference on level 1, but on the level 3 and level 4, it's about the same. And this holds the same conclusion. So it's a science. It's quite similar between the operational results and the special study results. And for social studies, because we observed the raw scorecard shift on grade 8 and grade 11, but the impact is minimal on the overall performance level distribution. And this is for on-demand writing. For the 3 grade level on on-demand writing, because we do see more shift on the raw scorecards when we conducted this new special study, but reflecting on the overall distribution of the performance level, it does not have that much. So for the on-demand writing, the impact is on the scoring tables happening more on the higher end of the scoring tables, so it doesn't have that much impact on the performance level cards. So that's why it has the minimal impact on the overall distribution on the performance levels. So this table is to show the comparison of the operational analysis versus this special study on the subdomain scale scores distribution. And we see the similar results as the students' overall scale scores. Between the operational results and special study, the two set of results are very similar to each other. And even for the on-demand writing, same conclusion can be concluded. So here's the summary of this special study. We do see some scale score differences based on the operational sample versus this special study sample. However, the difference overall were of a small magnitude. For on-demand writing, we observe relatively bigger scale score differences. However, for the when this difference on the scale score reflecting on the overall performance level distribution across board, we saw the difference was of a very small magnitude. So to conclude that to include students who are assigned with text-to-speech and other accommodations did have a minimal impact on the scoring tables based on the 2025 population.
Thank you for that. Definitely want to open it up to TAC questions and discussions. I have a sort of conceptual thought I'll share with the TAC while you gather your thoughts here. And that is, if we're systematically including any students from the equating sample, does it seem logical that we want to include them? If you told me that, for example, students who had extra time or small group administration or something weren't included, I'd say, well, those are part of Kentucky's population of examinees, and we'd want to include them. So it almost makes me wonder, like, what the criteria are. Would we conclude that, oh, would we have to see very comparable results to sort of conceptually sign off on that? Or even if they weren't comparable, would there be some policy conceptual reasons, which then could inspire questions about stability of the scale and interpretations? But I just had to download that thought as we get started into this conversation.
Yes, that's a very great thought about this, why we did this study, and what is the future direction we want to go into when we starting to consider this year's and beyond the post-equating strategy.
Yeah.
I will let Tracy to say more about the background, why we consider this new data inclusion rule about the post-equating, and then I will add to that.
Several of our states at Pearson have explored including more students in the calibration, and many of our states, including Illinois and Puerto Rico, Colorado, just to name a few, do include more students in the calibration in order to be more equitable. So those states just in particular do include students with text-to-speech and with disabilities in the calibration now. But that was done after doing the study, because historically many of these states did not include those students in their calibration, going back several years, decades in some cases. The original calibrations may have only been done on students who took the online forms with no accommodations, for example, to go back to the traditional definition of standardized. But over time, we tried to become more inclusive of which students were included in the calibration, because that just made more sense, because the students who have to take the regular assessment should be inclusive of everyone who's taking the assessment. So several states have made that policy decision to include more students. And so several states have made that decision to include more students. And so last year at the same TAC meeting, this conversation came up. And so that's why we did the study here, and why we're presenting these results here. And we are prepared to make the change in the calibration if the TAC decides to make that recommendation.
Thanks, Tracy, and everybody. I think that's the right direction to go in. Corinne?
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember when this first came up, and it was a while ago, and multiple people on the TAC were saying, well, why not include? So I think your results show that the inclusion is appropriate. I agree that if they had been quite different, there would be more questions to answer, but it doesn't seem like you're in that position really. So I appreciate you following up on that too. It was a long time ago, but it's really nice to see this.
Yes, yeah. So basically, I think this is the first step if we want to move into that new direction. So first of all, we want to make sure that using our existing data to show that with this new inclusion rule, it does not have negative impact on stability of the scale. And the results will support that. And then if it does show the big impact, we have to think about the timing of introducing the new data inclusion rule. Maybe wait until the next standard setting when we introduce the new test. That's when we consider that. But from the results of this study, minimize that concern, we can move into the new data inclusion rule if KDE prefer to do so.
Yeah, thank you. Pete?
So I guess my question is, what's the claim that if we include these additional ways of assessment, because the n of those is so tiny in comparison to everyone else that it doesn't have an impact? Or is the conclusion that text-to-speech and any other accommodations don't impact the way the test is calibrated?
I think the latter one, because even though the other accommodations, I do in table 1, I listed the number of students breaking down in each category. That with the new data inclusion rule, that majority of the students increase coming from students who are assigned to text-to-speech, and we want to make sure that the ability distribution of this new students group included in the overall sample does not skew the overall distribution ability too much, so that it harms the stability of the scale. And from the results of the study, we see that from the anchor stability check, we didn't see much difference between the operational results versus study results. And also, this is being supported by the test level analysis. We don't see the big impact between the operational and special study.
No, I mean, I certainly agree with the stability conclusion, but I'm kind of going back to Chris's point about whether or not on a more policy level, what the deciding rule is. Because if they represent 10%, it was less than 10%, but let's just say, if you're 10% of the sample, you could be 10 points difference. You're absolute difference in 10 points, but the impact is going to be 1 point. So it looks like there's no impact, but really they're very different. So I'm just trying to see whether or not it's just merely a function of their sample size that makes it stable.
Yeah, I think this is such a good point, Pete, and because I think what I'm wrestling, well, not really wrestling with, is if you start with the assumption that it's conceptually, from a policy standpoint, it's desirable to be maximally inclusive, even if there's an impact, then I think then the question shifts to what steps should be taken to address the impact. Now we could say, well, we just got lucky. There's not an impact, so let's just keep going. We were able to tick off the policy ambition and keep the scale stable. But I think the question is not so much do you include the students. I think the question is, do we have confidence in the stability of the parameters and the scale properties? And but again, I don't want to steer this in a particular direction. Leslie and then Corinne.
Hi, this is Leslie. Yeah, thanks, Chris. I might continue to steer in the direction though, because I think that's the challenge that we often face. I know, I'll just say in the organizations I've been part of, and even the one I currently work for, we do have a reference group we use for equating, and there's a good reason for that, right? It's because there's a difference I think in between when you report out results and whether you include everyone versus when you're trying to decide when you're using this for equating, right? Trying to come up with that equating relationship. I think if you go with the theory, at least based on what I understand from Colin and Brendan, what you want in this equating setting, whether you're IRT or classical test theory equating, is one of the assumption is the equivalent of testing conditions, right? So then this comes down to, when it comes to accommodation, do you consider this equivalent testing condition to the standard testing conditions where folks do not have the accommodations? I feel like it's a catch-22, because the idea of accommodation is no one ever is able to really prove it, but if you give it accommodation, it should not change the construct you're measuring. So it becomes one of those real theoretical debates of what you want to believe. But I believe that is why most programs do not include accommodated students when it comes to their equating and creating their reference group. Having said that, I do believe that, to the good point that's being made, like why not? Why isn't this a new truth? I guess would be the question that we're asking. Why isn't that including all these things, including all the testing conditions, become part of it? I think that comes down to sort of maybe like you said, a high concept discussion there. But I would just say, like, one thing that would be good to look at, and just some practical things that came to mind when I was reviewing your slides, Lucan, which are really well structured and well planned out. I guess one thing would be to look at is simply look at what is the score distribution like of these students who have accommodated, and is it systematically different, say, than the rest of the score distribution, and see if that may cause, obviously because of maybe the proportion, it didn't cause any instability in the equating relationship, but that would be one thing we could explore. The other question, and this is why the meeting notes from last year were so helpful. I remember one of the topics, Lucan, you presented last year was this idea of potentially moving to pre-equating. I do wonder, in that particular setting, would you change how you would do this study, in the sense that you'd be looking at field test items, right? And if you were to include or not include accommodated students in the field tests, whether that would change, you're looking at smaller sample sizes in that case, would it change the stability of the item estimates you're getting in that context? So that would be another area you could potentially explore, especially if you couple up with this idea that you may be moving towards pre-equating.
Yes, I like your suggestion. That I do remember last year we discussed about the possibility. So basically, there's the combination of how we made the decision. If we decided to include in this small students group, how that's going to have impact on the pre-equating, whether we want to move to the pre-equating or not. Yeah, we can definitely do that investigation to further down the way.
Great, thank you. And Corinne?
Yeah, I think if I understand Pete's point, this is Corinne from the University of Florida. To Pete's point, I think one thing you could do to just add directly to this data is also do the equating separately on both the groups. So you already have that for the non-accommodated, because that's operational. But that would allow you to actually calculate some indices of equating invariance. And that would maybe get at Pete's point, like when we're only looking at the non-accommodated kids and then with everybody accommodated and non, we don't know actually if the equating relationship is quite different for those students, but they're so small in the sample. So it could definitely be another data point that would be helpful to think about this, to Leslie's point, kind of the comparability of the construct that we're measuring and equating in an equitable way. Yeah. I think your sample sizes might prevent a little bit of that, but they're not terribly small with the text to speech. So I think you could do a good bit of it. I like the pre-equating comment too. That's a good point.
Just getting some of this in the notes. Thank you. Leslie again.
Yeah, sorry, this is Leslie again. One other comment, just in terms of, because this is something I always struggle when I do and when I review comparability studies like the one you did, is especially since you did it so comprehensively from starting with the calibration all the way through impact, is how different is this different enough? Is this too different? One idea I had, and this goes back to actually studies that we did comparability with online to paper, is to kind of give you sort of a threshold or even a counterfactual to do it. You may consider doing some bootstrap sampling of the original sample, and use that to kind of generate, do that maybe how many whatever replication is reasonable, to give you a sense of like, to maybe starting with the item parameters, what would be a range you would get, sampling with replacement, like would you get, so that will give you a range, like almost like a standard error band that you can look at, then see if what you're getting in your study falls within that range, then that probably means that, oh yeah, what we're getting is really not significantly different than if I had just had another random sample of just regular students, right? So, and that could be one way you can evaluate whether these differences, starting with your item calibration all the way up through impact data, whether those are significant or not. Yeah, there's a paper I can pass on that a former colleague at Pearson actually wrote. Danny Way wrote a paper, and it was a method he had come up with to kind of evaluate whether the differences that we've seen in these comparability studies are actually significantly different or not.
Yeah,
Sounds
Leslie, I
good. Thank
love
you
that
so
idea,
much.
because I think partially what you're inviting us to think about is kind of, what's the meaningful difference, even if we just sort of randomly drew and replaced from the sample and replicated equating, what kind of variance would we see? And then how would the kind of differences we're seeing under the condition of TTS versus non-TTS comparing that? So it gives us a benchmark to see if it's a meaningful difference. So I think that's a really clever idea.
Exactly. And as usual, Chris, you summarized it beautifully in a few more sentences than I did. Thank you.
All I was doing was restating your brilliance, Dr. King. All right. Anything else, tech colleagues? Okay. I'm still working on some takeaways here, but if you want to look in the TAC document, recommendation document, you'll see kind of where we're at. And again, checking on this, because again, this is all subjective as I listen to you and try to capture your key points here. I start with, from a policy perspective, inclusion of the text-to-speech examinees in equating is appropriate. But to examine scale stability and measurement and variance, additional analyses may be appropriate. I heard several good examples. I've tried to note those here. Look at the score distributions of TTS examinees compared to other examinees. As Corinne was suggesting, look at equating variance, such as differences in the equating constant. As Leslie just suggested, doing some kind of sampling with replacement, determine a benchmark for a meaningful difference. And then I heard the TAC acknowledge that a move to pre-equating may be appropriate, and that could be an area for future study.
Thank you.
Fantastic. How are we doing on time? It's about 2:45. Oh, we continue to be about 15 minutes behind, and that's pretty good, actually. So I think, and Laura and I were talking during the break, we think we can recover that on the last item. So we think we can. We're gonna get you out at 4, one or another. So we're gonna shift now to the item bank review. There are a lot of materials there, and I will not delay our transition to that topic. Whoever is going to tee that up. So it looks like it's Denise. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. So once again, my name is Denise Stiglich, and I am the test development with Pearson. I'm test development manager with Pearson, and I'm going to be looking at the item bank review with y'all. Just to give you guys a little bit of historical context here, we're going to just look at the history of the bank. And what we see is that the most recent item development for reading, on-demand writing, editing, and mechanics and science occurred in 2024. And then for mathematics and social studies, the most recent development was completed in 2021. A little bit on the field test history. The most recent field testing for reading, editing, and mechanics, mathematics, social studies, and science occurred in spring 2025. And for on-demand writing, the most recent field test was conducted in spring of 2020. Reading, editing, and mechanics, mathematics, and science will be scheduled for field testing in spring 2026. And then for standard setting history, you can see the standard setting. I'm not going to read through this slide, but only the items in the bank that were tested after those dates that were where standard setting occurred are the ones that are eligible for use operationally. If they were tested prior to that, they have to be refill tested. So currently it's only the items for most of the subjects after 2022. For science, it's 2018 and 2019. Looking at the methodology that we use to evaluate the bank, and just to kind of set some expectations for review, the tools that we're using Abby, and Abby is where we export basically the statuses if something is going to be operational field test. That's what we're using, and it also has statistics in it. We're using the released item list and also test maps to evaluate the items. And then every year, the subject leads will update the item statuses as needed in Abby to keep those accurate. So if the items are released, those get updated. If they were operationally used, that gets updated. So the leads are going to update that every year as needed as well. For pulling the data, we will actually obtain those reports from Abby, from the metadata reports, and those reports provide the accounts by item status. We only include items that are eligible for field test or operational use, and we exclude released and DNU items. And we will also capture counts by domain and standard. The bank analysis workbooks that were shared each contain an overview tab and a data analysis tab. In the overview tab, you see a description of the content of each sheet, and it also provides recommendations and includes keys. And then the data tab presents analysis by number across the domains, reporting categories, and standards showing the operational and field test items for reading, social studies, and science. And it also notes the sets and items for those groups. We assess the coverage against KDE's public assessment blueprints, and we focus on OP eligible content and items without IRT parameters on the current scale, and items with poor statistics are excluded from the blueprint-based tallies. Any questions so far before I go into the next section? I'm getting over a cold, so I'm going to apologize. I'm pausing real quick to take a drink.
Don't apologize for taking care of yourself. It's all right. Sorry, you've had a cold.
It's been like 2 weeks, and I'll randomly start coughing. I'm trying to avoid the coughing. So, okay. So when we were evaluating the health of the bank, we were utilizing some guiding questions to inform our analysis. And the guiding questions are going to be basically, how does the release requirements affect bank health? So as we know, Kentucky statute mandates that KDE releases operational items annually for each subject and grade. And this typically results in the release of 8 to 10 items per year. And the items that are selected for release are chosen based on several criteria, including ensuring a variety of item types, such as sets and standalone items. There's a wide coverage across different domains, the inclusion of different item formats, and then also prioritizing anchor items with the high usage counts and those from the most recent administration. And then another question that we try to look at is, how reflective is the blueprint of the blueprint is the bank? And so when we're evaluating this, we have to consider the percentage of available items by domain in comparison to the blueprint requirements. And then we assess whether other design considerations may impact bank health. And then we identify recommended actions based on any observed gaps. So based on these analysis, we're going to offer the following recommendations. In all subjects and grades, we recommend refill testing items that were only tested prior to 2022, which was the standard setting or validation, so that they can acquire current scale parameters and establish a formal data review process to identify items with poor statistics that should be marked DNU. In reading grades 3 to 10, the operational item bank can support operational testing for 1 additional year. And future development should focus on the integration of knowledge and ideas standards with a particular emphasis on paired passage sets over single passage sets, and also on passages that incorporate graphics. For on-demand writing, the current bank is sufficient to support operational testing for 2 to 3 more years. Similarly, with editing and mechanics, the bank for these grades can also support operational testing for an additional 2 to 3 years. In mathematics, the banks are going to be robust enough to support operational testing for basically 2 more years through spring 27. However, it is recommended that we have additional development across all domains, and specifically looking at the calculator section requirements. It's also suggested that items with poor statistics be revised or refield tested. One of the notable things in the bank is that there are very few usable field test items left, and many of those remaining are multiple select items that do not substantially improve the overall bank health, since we can only use 2 to 3 of those multiple select items on an assessment, depending on the grade. For mathematics, if we look at the grade-specific risks, you can see that there are certain domains that are more at risk per grade. In grade 3, in grade 4, we have a lower number of items in geometry. Grade 5 is in number and operations in base 10. Grade 6 is in the number system and geometry. Grade 7 is in statistics and probability. And grade 10 is in number and quantity, as well as statistics and probability. Looking at social studies, the bank is generally balanced in relation to the blueprint. However, given the annual release requirements and the need for more than 20 non-leaking standalone items per form, item development is recommended across all grades in order to strengthen and diversify the bank. We also feel that cluster sets should be prioritized in future development, as approximately half of the short answer and extended response items lack current scale IRT statistics. And we are also recommending that items tested only prior to 2022 be refill tested and revised as needed. And new development is recommended based on the limited number of available field test items. For grade 8, particular attention should be given to the history domain. And then finally, in science, the current operational bank, combined with growth from field testing this last year, can support operational testing for an additional 2 years. If the long items, those long clusters, the 8-item clusters, are to continue being used, further development of this item type is needed. Until additional long clusters are developed, it's advisable to release only short clusters and standalone items to preserve the available 8-item sets. Additional development in earth science and ETS would enhance the bank flexibility and also strengthen alignment with the blueprint. And that's kind of a summary of the bank. I'll open it up for questions at this time.
Quick clarification, did you say what the target refresh rate is for the forms? What percentage of items are new each form?
It varies by the form, but I think, and LaCoon, you can correct me if I'm mistaken on this, but I think it's around 30% is used as anchors. Is that correct? Oh, LaCoon, you're on mute.
Sorry. This is LaCoon. So usually the percent of anchor items is at least 20% of the operational set.
Okay, and so the practice has been, unless you're reusing an item as an anchor, all the other content is refreshed with each cycle.
That's what they try to do, yes, to the best of our ability.
I just want to make sure I understand that. Okay, Suzanne.
This is Suzanne Lane. Thank you. That was helpful. And I didn't get the opportunity to go through each of your spreadsheets, but I did go through some of them. And I'm just wondering if it would be reasonable to think about a 3-year plan and what's needed and what would be needed in each of those 3 years in order, you could go longer, 5 years, whatever you want to do, in order to be able to have sufficient numbers of items in the correct areas for each of the operational assessments.
I think that's something we could definitely note down. Yeah.
Thanks, Suzanne. Leslie?
Yeah, this is Leslie, and yeah, just second what Suzanne just suggested there in terms of having plan based on what the really good analysis you've done. My question is, if you don't mind going back a few slides to slide 103, where you have the recommendations across all subjects and grades. So for these 2 bullets, I guess I'll start with the second bullet. You say you're recommending considering a formal data review process. I guess my question for that is, what do you mean by a formal data review process? And I'll tell you why I'm asking that, because the purpose of the step process you have below is to identify items that should be marked DNU or do not use because of poor statistics. If you're purely marking items because of poor statistics, I don't think you need a data review process. You just need data review. You just need criteria, right, to identify the items and define what poor statistics. Typically, I think of data review process, you bring in content experts to review the content along with the data and determine whether DNU should occur or not. If that's what you mean by a data review process, I might reframe the sentence a little bit, because if you're just basing on stats, you don't need to have a formal process.
Yeah, what you're describing, yes, with the whole committees. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that I can clarify that for future. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and the question I have with the first bullet, and this is more just thinking about why typically you would have a standard setting, is you may have had a significant change that precipitated you to do a standard setting. Maybe it's a change in the standards, change in the blueprint, whatever. So the question I have is, I mean, I think it makes sense from an efficiency perspective if you could refill test items prior to a standard setting. But the only kind of question or / suggestion I'd have is making sure that those items that were that you had before the standard setting or validation still align to whatever the standards you're trying to assess with. So do some sort of evaluation of whether it even makes sense to refill test those items in that situation.
Yes, yeah, and that's a great point. And I think we have done some refill testing. I know math this year did refill testing of items like that, and it was very selective as to which items we've chose, and some of them were edited before the refill testing to make them fit the new standards, as you would say, post-standard setting.
Good stuff. Any other areas of feedback from the TAC? I don't want to close this off prematurely, but I won't miss an opportunity to get us back on track with timing if this conversation has naturally reached its conclusion. We took 2 recommendations from this. One was a affirmation that it's important to develop a plan at least 3 years. I think Suzanne said 3 to 5 to ensure there's sufficient number of items for the operational assessment, I guess, meeting all of the conditions that you outlined. And then we recorded that if the items are going to be refield tested, so you can take legacy older items and refield test them, we noted it's important to verify they're aligned and meet all acceptance criteria, which may have been implied, but we'll make that explicit. So, and I see a couple of helpful edits here in the document. Is there anything else, Tracy?
Yeah, Chris, I just wanted to just add one tiny clarification to things like 3-year plans. That the 3-year plan it's kind of a state implemented plan, because sometimes in this kind of work, the contract with the vendor doesn't go across that kind of years. When Suzanne was saying like a 3-year plan or a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan, in many instances, those plans are not in place with a vendor across that amount of time. But certainly the state could have sort of a vision for that amount of time. And so it would be helpful to have that kind of plan also from the vendor's point of view, so that we could plan as well in concert with the state in implementing that kind of work. And sometimes that's the kind of vision that we don't always have as well, but having the vendor and the state work in concert, even when the contract doesn't go out that far. So those are some of the procurement laws that we struggle with as well, because we're not allowed to go across procurement contracts and doing that kind of work. But those are some of just the operational challenges that we run into as vendors as well.
Right. It's a good call out, Tracy. And I suppose the the implication here is, right, if it's going to cross contractors, then one contractor may not know for certain if they're going to be working at some X point downstream. But at least the plan will tell each partner in each year what their activities are that will meet the plan's conditions. So I think that's a good note. And I'm just making a revision to the recommendation with that in mind. Okay. Anything else, colleagues? All right, great. We're good and efficient. That's two nice qualities to have in TAC. Let's move on to, I think we're about back on track with the timing, and we are due to have an update from the United We Learn Council.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Susan Strange, and I'm the Strategic Plan Program Manager for the department, but I'm also the project manager of the Kentucky United We Learn Council. Sorry, I'm trying to get it to click. There we go. Okay, so I just wanted to give you an overview of year 4. So the Kentucky United We Learn Council is funded by the Competitive Grant for State Assessment, the CGSA grant, and it was a $4 million grant that was given for $3 million grant that was given for 4 years, excuse me, and it actually ends in September of this year, of 2026. So I wanted to give you a recap of our overview of year 3, and then tell you about how we selected new members and the makeup of the Kentucky United We Learn Council for the 4th year. So the overview of year 3, we had 2 convenings, October 21st and 22nd and June 20th. We conducted 9 town halls hosted with the regional education cooperatives over all of the regions. We had over 600 participants, and 22 new council members were added from those town halls. We had continuous stakeholder feedback received through surveys, focus groups, reports, memos. We came up with 4 prototypes. Prototype 1.0 came out in May of 2024, and 4.0 came out in fall of 2024. Then we showed those to our town halls. We came up with 4 frameworks. The new assessment and accountability framework model 4.0 has been taken to legislation, and that's where it resides right now. Membership applications for year 4 of the council closed on September 30th. We had 140 applicants, and we added 15 new members to the council, giving us a total of, I think we're at 67 members right now. We chose our new council chair and vice chair. So our council chair is Jim Flynn, and our vice chair is Brandy Howard from Bullitt County. Jim Flynn is, I'm not sure his exact role, but he's at the Kentucky Association for School Superintendents. Here's the makeup of the council by stakeholder group, and we were really trying to keep this as balanced as we could. We have had a lot of educators in the past, as of course you will, because we have a lot of educators that are involved and very excited about this work. So through the 4-year, when we chose our new applicants, we were able to balance this a little bit better. So our educators make up about 51% of the council, and then the other half of the council is made up of community and business members, family, and students. The demographics of our council by race, as you can see, we have a lot, 80% of our council is made up of white members, but then we have, through the addition of those new members, we were able to balance this a little bit more. We're trying to do our best to get this as reflective of the state of Kentucky as we can. Okay, and then looking at the demographics of the council by gender, again, we did have a lot of females, but we managed to get that down from about 60% to 53.7%, adding in a few more males and a non-binary. Then we looked at geographic representation of the council, and we wanted to make sure that we were doing our best to spread the council out across the Commonwealth. As you can see, the blue were our current members and where they currently stood, and then we added yellow. So we were able to add from the far western area, some south, and a northern area. So the next steps for the council, we have a convening next week, and we have wrapped up. We started out with the moonshot for the council, which was to create this new assessment and accountability system, and that is in the works, and it is with legislation, and the council is still keeping up with it, but we are moving and shifting them to high school transformation work, which has been given to us by the Kentucky Board of Education. And so that's what we're going to kind of transition into next week at the convening. And then I also have linked in the Kentucky United We Learn Council webpage so that you can keep up with all of the things that's going on with the council now. And that is all I have for you. Oh, nope, I do. I have one more thing. So this is our, this is our new visual that we've created to kind of show how the Kentucky United We Learn Council kicked off the United We Learn COG with vibrant learning, innovation, collaboration, and through that, we've really leaned into Portrait of a Learner. Then we started in on vibrant learning experiences and defining what that means and what that can look like in the schools and really getting that out there with our regional innovation specialists. Now we've leaned into local accountability and moving into high school transformation, and then we'll see where that COG takes us into our next bit of work. Are there any questions or anything that I can answer for you all?
I'm wondering if if KDE thinks it's relevant to just share an update on the aspect of the work that has focused more on local accountability and assessment changes and the kind of legislation that seems to be underway or recently, in development, I guess. I'm mentioning that because it has implications for, the focus of this group is going to be on, what might we want to know could be coming down the pike in terms of changes to the assessment system. There's a lot of conversation about interim assessments, other kinds of local decisions around accountability systems and how the state supports that. So I'm not sure if you want to give a little more detail there, or if Jennifer's still on the call. Maybe she's not, but okay.
I can give what I can give. So that it has been presented, actually saw that today, that it has been brought to the legislation as a bill. There were some slight changes that were made through the legislative process from what the council had originally put forward. Next week, Dr. Fletcher is going to do our opening remarks, and he's going to go through all of those changes and adjustments with the council members. We do live stream our Kentucky United We Learn Council meetings, and so he He is slated to go on at about 10 o'clock on Friday. If you all want to join and listen in to him, I don't feel confident in being able to give that information in the most accurate way right now. But I will say that he does a great job of explaining it because he's been on the front lines and has really gone through the conversations with our legislators and on the changes that have taken place.
Susan, I would, this is Kevin. Thanks again for being here. I know you've got a ton of things to do right now with the convening coming up next week. I think one of the things that we do know some of the changes, I think, based upon how the bill was filed. Yes. And so, in that sense, I know there was some adjustments made to the overall. I think the way that the outlook of it. We had looked at different types, or a computer adaptive test for one for the entire thing. I think that was something that the legislation or the legislators thought that that was not something they wanted to pursue. Another thing that was brought about from the original stance to the bill we filed, which was, by the way, House Bill 257. Was the bill that was filed, last Thursday. And so once we did get support on that bill, again, that was based upon some of the changes made. One of the biggest things was to remove change from the accountability system and to replace that with student growth. And so, or growth, I'm sorry. And so,
I do have some points I could read out a few. So there will be less time on state testing. This is the current bill draft. State indicators will continue to include math, reading, science, social studies, and will not include that adaptive test. On-demand writing and editing mechanics will not be included in the state assessments. KDE will provide all school districts with guidelines, professional learning to support an effective standards-aligned writing program across all content areas. Each school must adopt and publish a writing program policy that promotes subject-specific writing and offers students various opportunities to develop complex communication skills using diverse tools and resources. Change is replaced by student growth. So in the current accountability system, the schools are evaluated by change from year to year. In the new system, they're going to be evaluated by academic progress each individual student makes over the course of the year in reading and math. And then local measures of quality. So local accountability, which we've got named here, but when it went through, they changed it and they want to call that local measures of quality. So we're going to have to make some adjustments there. It encourages more collaboration between the school districts and communities. Local measures of quality must include vibrant learning experiences for student, local measures of performance identified by the community members, a method of displaying the data that includes breaking down data by demographic groups. We want to establish the local measures of quality remains optional until more than 60% of districts, or 103, have established their own measures. And then once that's reached, it'll become mandatory for all districts. The bill includes a financial incentive of $10,000 per district with $3 added per student to help districts develop and maintain local measures of quality in collaboration with the local community members. And then the local measures of quality will not be used to identify CSI schools in those CSI calculations. So those are the adjustments in the, oh wait, I have one more, I'm sorry. And then school climate and safety survey is going to remain as an option for districts to include in their local measures of quality, but the survey will not be in the state accountability model. And instead, the legislators would like chronic absenteeism to replace that school climate and safety survey in the state accountability model. So those are the changes that I'm aware of and that we're reporting to the School Council next week.
Susan done a much better job than I would have at that level of detail. So thank you for that, Susan. Very much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Susan, thanks for that update and for being on your toes with some of those other details. I do think it's helpful, TAC members, we're not getting into all of the details around this today, but I think it's good to be aware of some of the conversations that will likely follow from these changes, given things like where the state is in a position of needing to select an appropriate student growth measure. If you remember right now, they just look at change, which is just the change across status from last year to current year, the last year. And so that's a big decision for the accountability system, which will necessitate things like standard settings for that system, in addition to other changes across the content areas, the addition of chronic absenteeism, or the fact that it's replacing another measure. So there are things happening over the coming years that we'll, I'm sure, be talking about more.
Absolutely. And then the writing program too. I think that was a big change.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and and all of these things are, obviously this is week 2 of the session, so even all of those proposed changes are subject to change between now and April. April, or I think mid-March is when all bills have to be filed, but then there's a chance that they can be adjusted within. So there's still a lot of time. This is just what we know at this point, and so. Obviously, Jennifer would definitely be willing to share that, but she's actually talking to superintendents right now about said changes. So, I'm sure that they have lots of questions moving into this new legislative session as well. So, I can personally say very excited about the path that the Cool Council continues to go down. I know that this transition over to the high school and involvement and all those transition opportunities that are, they've got a great group tasked to work on this. The board does, and in collaboration with the Cool Council folks. So.
Just to give you guys a little bit of a look into the convening for next week. So for the high school transformation work, we've invited the Ignite Institute to come and present to us. We've also invited, and let me see if I can pull up my list. So we've got Hazard High School, Allen County, STEAM Academy, and the Kentucky Student Voice Team. We're going to have a student panel there as well to hear some of the work that's been happening in those schools and districts. And then we're going to have Ignite, like I said, present to us on what they've been doing and what they've got going on in their school. And then we're going to have a discussion panel with Ignite, with the STEAM Academy, with We Lead Computer Science, Kentucky Virtual Career Academy, Christian County, Madisonville North Hopkins High School, I Lead Academy, and then Hardin County Schools, that EC3. So we're inviting all of them to a panel, essentially so that we can ask questions and figure out what could happen in high schools. What could high school transformation look like? And then we're going to have a work session where we're really trying to dig in and consider what does vibrant learning look like in high schools, what makes high schools so hard to change, what policies need to change in order to enable that high school transformation, and then hoping that we'll have some kind of recommendation and something to offer the board and the group that's working on that high school transformation. So that's the convening agenda, if you will. All right. Any more questions for me? Well, thank you all so much for having me. I really appreciate talking about all the good work of the Kentucky United We Learn Council, and I appreciate you letting me present to you today.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
All right. I think what we have to finish out today is to make sure we take action on the recommendations. Laura, maybe you can help be a Sherpa with that, see what we usually do there. And then I know we need to make some decisions on future meetings. So
yes, regarding the recommendations, as usual, what we do is provide some opportunity, a last chance to kind of review those if you have any comments or suggestions. But ultimately, we treat these the same way we do treat our meeting minutes, in that we need a motion, a second, we'll offer time for a continued discussion, and then we'll vote to approve those recommendations for today. And then we'll follow the same process tomorrow with each of the agenda items.
And you mentioned before that a motion can somebody can move to accept all the recommendations.
Yes.
Okay,
In fact, that's why we're doing it at the end of the day today.
gotcha.
So we can just do it all in one time.
Is there anybody that doesn't have access to the document where they're recorded? We can remedy that if that's the case.
Should be open to the public right now. Anyone with the link.
Pete?
I have a question. Are we going to have a non-vendor time with the state?
I don't think that's set aside in this particular agenda. We have a little bit of time at the end of the day tomorrow, or we have about an hour at the end of the day tomorrow that I think we could designate as state TAC time. Kevin, if you agree.
Yeah, I think so. I think toward the end of tomorrow's meeting, we could delegate that time. I think you're right, an hour or maybe 45 minutes or something of that nature.
Yeah, we have a TAC priorities and discussion at 3 tomorrow, and so I think we could 3 Eastern tomorrow. Is that okay with you, Pete?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of whether or not it would change any of these recommendations,
I
or
see.
any one of those recommendations, or whether that's okay that we don't, but then we maybe have some caveats tomorrow when we're.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fine. We'll document tomorrow's conversation. And so that TAC priorities discussion may produce recommendations that we would document.
Perfect. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But also you should feel free to add comments here if you want to do that at this time. But if you prefer to kind of have some dialogue around it, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm thinking more some dialogue, and then
yeah,
maybe it's just in my head, and the rest of the TAC can say you got up too early this morning, or not. So
that'd be a mea culpa, wouldn't it? Our fault. Okay,
no.
Thank you for that.
And
Any
so
other
Pete,
questions? Yeah, Kevin.
sorry, Laura, I just want to make sure to clarify. So Pete, are you thinking we to have discussions that just where the vendors are not on? I mean, but this like not closed session, correct?
I thought we had, or I could be getting my tax mixed up now. I thought last time we had a few minutes at the end of the 2 days for just us to have a discussion. I don't know what your rules are about closed session or any of that.
Yeah, we don't have a closed session.
Right.
And we haven't. Yeah, we would have to remain open. The session would have to remain open, but I mean, we could still have those discussions. I don't know that that anyone would be on besides us at that point.
Right. Although apparently then if it's recorded, then the vendor could go back and watch it.
Well, and I think via the recommendations, yeah, that would be, I mean, they're still going to, I think at the end come up, or they'll see those recommendations anyway. So
It sounds like the upshot is there's not a provision for a portion of the TAC meeting to be fully closed.
correct.
Yeah. So.
I mean, I'm not calling anyone out. I just think that sometimes it's nice to have a discussion with, because obviously every of course it's fair for a vendor or vendors to have a certain lens. I mean, that totally makes sense, but whether or not that's necessarily the most efficient lens for the state is I mean, we're trying to align those, and so sometimes that conversation can be a little bit more free if the vendor is not participating.
Other Any other comments about the recommendations? Anything we need to add? Anything that folks want to change? Otherwise, I think we do want to invite the TAC to consider if you want to approve these today, which obviously doesn't constrain us from having some additional recommendations, as Pete mentioned, caveats or other considerations that we talk about at a later date.
I motion to approve today's recommendations.
Thanks, Corinne.
Second, Suzanne Lane.
Thank you, Suzanne. And I don't know the protocol, but I'll just ask, are there any dissent? Any TAC
Or
members?
any other discussion. We have to open it up for discussion.
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
I just have one question, and it's about the item, the first bullet under the item bank review. By the way, this is Leslie. So for the first bullet, I know, and I didn't want to edit it because it wasn't sort of, it wasn't my comment and stuff, but it says such a plan conforms to the state vision and may involve multiple vendors wherein vendors meet the development expectations for their contract term. I think that was actually a comment based on something Tracy had mentioned. Would it be more appropriate to say such a plan should conform to the state vision? Because the way it's affirmed, it seems like a 3-year plan is the state's vision, is sort of what I'm interpreting. So that's my only question about that particular bullet. But I hesitated to modify it because I wasn't sure.
I think that's a good edit. Any disagreement with Leslie's proposed edit?
All right. Edit's been made. Any
Elena?
other?
I know I can't vote. This is Elena, sorry. I can't vote, but I just wanted to ask a question about the last bullet in terms of the including text-to-speech and accommodations into equating. So this is about considering whether a move to pre-equating is appropriate. And I think I'm a little bit confused because based on my recollection of what we saw before, I think it was pretty clear that in terms of reading, it wasn't appropriate to kind of move into pre-equating. So I'm not exactly sure what factors have changed to allow for us to make this recommendation at this point in time, unless something really different is happening and that I'm not aware of. But I just wanted to flag this because I do recall very clearly that that was a clear decision point that was made. And I'm a little bit unclear about that piece.
I can speak to that, Elaine. I think that was maybe a potential recommendation that was discussed during that meeting. I do know that the ongoing conversation around pre-equating has came up, in the sense of we are always having to look at ways to get our data back quicker to our schools and districts based upon their request. They want it right away. And so in order to do that, a lot of times the pre-equating model serves more purposeful than the post-equating versus on timing, right? And so has been a lot of the reason why those conversations have continued on our part is, just for the fact of being able to make potentially necessary adjustments to adhere to those requests, because a lot of those requests coming from schools districts, some of those requests even coming from not necessarily bills related to legislative, but there are bills that are specific to how quick we can turn around results and things of that nature. So we're always having to look at ways that we can report data quicker and be able to get results out there in a fashionable time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Keith. I mean, Kevin, sorry.
That's my brother's name.
Sorry. Oh my gosh. I do understand that, and I'm completely sympathetic to that perspective. I was just thinking about in terms of the pre-equating pieces, I think will be really interesting to think of in light of what we saw with, for example, writing, and then some of the elements in reading, I believe. I think I'll have to go back to that presentation just to kind of remind myself. But I just wanted to put a pin there because it was more of a caution, and perhaps also this would call for a lot more analysis to be done in order to look at these issues in conjunction with the text-to-speech and accommodations pieces.
Sure. No, absolutely.
Yeah, Lennon, I do think the discussion earlier today was about, we weren't taking time today to say whether pre-equating is appropriate or not, but rather there are clearly implications for this decision around other decisions for pre-equating. Maybe there's a way to word that a little more with a little more nuance in the recommendation. And Lucy, I see your hand as well.
Yeah, and just to put a finer point, what everyone has just said, I think, yeah, the bullet as it's written right itself could, I guess I see where Lynn is coming from, could be misconstrued as like somehow we had a discussion on pre-equating. I think the recommendation was, as we consider possibly including students with accommodations in our equating sample, we should think about, that goes in conjunction with the decision of whether to move to pre-equating for the good reasons, Kevin, you just mentioned, because you have a smaller sample size when it comes to pre-equating, when it comes to the field test. You're only basically using the field test item stats. So, right now the study was done on an operational setting. So that's just an additional suggestion is if pre-equating is something that we're considering, then this study is another aspect we should consider in that decision. So I don't know if that could be reworded in a way.
Just added a sentence you guys can see. It's meant to possibly replace. Consider how the inclusion of students with accommodations into the equating sample may impact analysis needs and future decisions related to pre-equating. Does that nuance capture? I'm seeing some thumbs up. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that first part.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Any additional discussion? Sounds like we have a motion, a second. We've had a couple of revisions based on that discussion. Are we prepared to vote on the recommendations as revised? Okay. Do we usually do that TAC member by TAC member, or do we just ask if there's dissent?
Yeah, we say all in favor and then see if anyone's opposed is how we've done it in the past. And we don't.
We can say all in favor, maybe indicate so by raising your hand with the teams or your actual hand.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good. All right. And I don't see, it could just be my view. I didn't see Pete.
Pete's hands up, his hand's up.
Okay. All right. Any opposed?
There's no one left to oppose.
All right. So good. We've checked that off. And I think now we're at a place where we talk about future meetings.
Yes.
What is the what's the department's request in terms of the frequency of meetings moving forward?
Well, we definitely want to make sure that that we're utilizing the TAC members' time wisely. And so, obviously, if there's a situation where a meeting is not necessary, we don't want to, again, take them away from their daily, jobs, their employment if we don't have to. But I do know that for this year in particular, some of those changes that Susan talked about briefly and that Laura brought up with the Cool Council and the proposed bill that's now been filed is we could very easily see some changes where we're going to need to have you weigh in on multiple things like the growth, student growth, and those models. Chris, you probably have a better handle on some of the things I'm not thinking about right away, but
I think you're right, Kevin. And again, I don't want to say too much, being that I'm sort of new to the traditions of this TAC. In my judgment, it would be unusual to meet fewer than twice a year. Most TACs will go 2 to 3 times a year. I think it's hard for the TAC to be as engaged and helpful if we meet at a cadence that's less frequent than that. Maybe, and again, I also know the traditions of in person versus remote. When's the last time this TAC had an in-person meeting?
That was in October of 24, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, because we only met once last year. We had plans to meeting in the fall of this past year, and there was so many things that hadn't happened
Sure.
yet. We hadn't released data and all those things. So I think two would be agree the minimum as
Yeah.
well, and maybe having one in the spring and virtually, and maybe one in the fall in person.
You read my mind, Kevin. I think that would be the way to go because there'd be a little less time between now and the spring. We could do an update. We could meet remotely and give TAC more lead time, and we could be together in person in the fall. I think that's a great target to focus on. And if for some reason it turns out that that need isn't as it isn't as much as we thought it was, we can always roll back, but having it on the calendar is important. Leslie?
Yeah, I think if you move the slide, advance it 2 more forward, I think there were some dates proposed on slide 121.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that's correct. I didn't know, do I need to take control, or Laura, did you want to do that? I don't mind too.
I hadn't done that, but I'm happy to do it. I'm requesting control as we speak. For some reason, yeah, I'm not getting the forwarding
I don't mind to do it.
option to forward this. Okay. I think I have it. Except that oddly, I don't see a way to advance the slides. Oh, okay. Someone else has control now. That's good. Let go, everyone. This is a lesson for the new year. I'll let someone else advance.
Yeah, I think it's me, but
There's no arrows on my screen to advance the slides, oddly, and there were before this morning, so I apologize, but I'm not seeing that. I don't know if there was a settings change maybe when we had to reload this.
Devin, are you able to advance the slides?
There we go. This is what we need to see.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Leslie, for
looking ahead for us.
Yeah. So good. And then this matches what we just talked about. So that's brilliant. So perhaps we take a look at these candidate dates as a starting point and ask the TAC what their availability is.
And I will say, Leslie, I forgot about putting this slide together. So thank you for that.
No problem.
That's when you say, thanks, past Kevin.
Yeah,
that's right.
That was before the holidays. So
do any TAC members have a conflict with a virtual meeting on the 8th, 10th, or 15th?
For me, June the 8th is the best of the 3.
Okay.
The 10th is probably more prohibitive. I'd probably be traveling that day. So, and 15th I could make work, but the 8th would be the better of the 3.
I'm out of the country. This is Suzanne, Chris, but feel free to go ahead. I'm out of the country for 2 weeks during that time.
Gotcha.
So none of those works. None of those dates will work for you, Suzanne.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. No. I definitely understand. I know that's a hard time, with vacations and things coming up, but I do know that we're going to have to probably have you all weigh in on some things. So
the 15th would be.
I'm
sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, this is Corinne. I think the 15th would be best for me. I should be out of the country on the 8th and the 10th also, but that would be my best guess, is I'll be here the 15th.
And this is Elena. I can only do the 8th.
Okay. And all right, so it sounds like we have we have conflicts really with all those dates. And again, I don't want to suggest dates that don't work for KTE, but can we look at some other dates, maybe back it up into earlier June, later June? Can we spend a little time, or do we have to pick the best of these dates, Kevin?
No, I think these I think obviously if we need to push it back into the latter part of June, we can do that. I tell you what, if this will work, let us think about some dates tonight, and maybe we vote on. And so if everyone else could look at these dates and come up with what would work for you the rest of the time, then we could come back and offer some more for June.
Right, or we could also, Laura and I could poll the TAC if we could work
Okay.
with KTE to come up with dates that work for you all, and we could poll the TAC and go with that. But while we have all the TAC here and we have a few more minutes, we ought to at least look at the in-person dates and see if we can hit there. October 13th, 14th, how does that work for TAC members?
It's good with me, Suzanne.
That's good with me.
This is Leslie. It works for me as well.
This is shocking. How about Pete? Do we still have you, Pete?
Yeah, no, it's good for me.
And thank you, Pete. How about Elena?
Yeah, it works for me.
I'm stunned and thrilled, and it works for me. How about you, Laura?
Works for me as well.
Oh my gracious, put it on your calendars, friends. And presumably that would be in Frankfurt as opposed to Louisville or Lexington.
That's correct. Yeah, it'll be here at our Sauer office. Yeah.
Okay.
Looking forward to everyone coming back to the Bluegrass States. So you already start planning, thinking of some things to do while you're here.
I was already planning for our last meeting to try to coordinate going to watch a horse race.
Yeah, to Keeneland. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Go over to Keeneland.
Yeah.
It's perfect timing, Laura.
Yep.
I think it is. It's so beautiful. I think if we could get in on anyone who gets in, I think it's Mondays, right? And like Wednesday mornings. I don't remember now. It's been too long, but one of these times we're going to do it. Maybe 2026 is the year.
Absolutely.
And Chris, if you're interested, Kentucky plays LSU that weekend before.
Leslie knows what I'm interested in. Yeah. College football.
Do you have like a photographic memory for these things, or just is there a calendar always open on one of your screens with the football schedule, Leslie?
Only when Chris is on the call, I pull up the schedule. And
You got to be able to pull those dates out. Fair enough.
That's great. Well, good. That's really good news. I think the more difficult date is the one that we were able to select. So please put a hold on your calendars. And it sounds like what we'll do is we will poll for a virtual date later, but I have optimism we will find something there.
Chris, did either of those 2 weeks for August work this fall for folks?
We can certainly check on that. Let's
So
see.
it's the week of the 17th or the week of the 27th.
Those should be good for me. Once we're back into the kids' school year, I'm here.
All right.
Okay, are we still talking about 20? Are we still talking about the 2026?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, the week of the 17th or the 24th. The 17th works for me, but 24th will be a likely conflict.
The 17th to 20th works for me, but not the 24th.
Okay.
Yeah, 17th works for me, and this is Leslie. Yes, the week of the 17th, I should say.
That works for me as well.
Works for me from the 17th through the 20th.
So we may shoot for the 19th, which is a Wednesday, and maybe just since I'm not certain, it would be a 1-day meeting, but it may not even be a full day. It'll be dependent upon how much we have to bring forth at that point. So, if it's going to be a half day, we may look at having it from 1 to 4 so that Pete don't have to get up with the chickens in the morning to start, nor Bill. So.
All right, so we're going to hold Wednesday the 19th for a virtual meeting, and the exact time will be determined later. Shall we go ahead and look at those 27 dates?
That'd be great for us if.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Chris, have they set NCME conference dates for 27 yet? I can look that up, but I'm saying it out loud as I do my search because it's often that weekend. that around that time?
Oh, it's April 14th through 18th in Toronto. Leslie, we're going to Toronto, Canada.
Oh, Leslie.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
That's great. So it looks like it looks like that maybe the 13th could work. I don't know if people are traveling to NCME that day, particularly since it's Toronto. So it might be dates to stay away from if we're being.
And I would suspect that since we would be shifting to 2 meetings instead of 3. So this year, of January, and then we're looking at spring and or early summer and the fall. There's only 2 windows proposed. And of course, we can have an ad hoc meeting if needed, but I'm guessing we would benefit from more than 1 day in that April window.
Yeah, I would think so. So maybe what if we looked at the week, let's say we looked at the 20th and 21st or the 6th and 7th as alternatives. Now the 6th, I think that week could get into some fall or spring breaks just with some folks. I know Corinne had mentioned a while ago, kids being back in school, but that could potentially get into some spring breaks time frames.
We do ours a lot earlier. Late April's usually a good time around here, but I don't know about others.
That's right. You live in Florida where spring actually starts in spring.
Spring's come and gone.
And not July.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
what
could
about the 20th and 21st for folks?
I can do that.
April 2027.
I can do that.
That works for me.
Yes, for me. So we're going to hold the 20th and the 21st for a virtual meeting of 2027.
Yes. Okay.
Very grateful we're looking out so far ahead. That's very helpful.
Yes. Yeah, that helps us a ton as well.
And let's shift to October 2027. And
that one would be in person. Yeah, it says there on the screen. Sorry.
I can do that, the 12th and 13th.
Good for me.
Good for me.
Works for me too. And I do not have a football schedule for that time yet.
Works for
Let's
me.
just go ahead and make one up.
Yeah.
Works for me as well.
Thanks,
Lena,
everyone.
did you say it worked for you too?
Great. Very helpful. All right. Anything else for the good of the team this afternoon?
I'll just say for a thank you to all of our TAC members and our presenters today, as well as Chris and Laura for always doing a great job in guiding the work and keeping us on track. I would have definitely we'd have probably still been here 6:30 if I would have been doing this. So very appreciative of that. Very appreciative of that. And just again, can't thank you all enough. Also, our team in-house, our folks that have been on here throughout the day who give us stuff to talk about, because they do a lot of that very, very important work. So just a big thank you goes out to everybody, and looking forward to tomorrow. I know we get some great topics tomorrow to talk about and seek your advice on. And so, just day 1 of success, and can't wait for day 2. So thank you all.
I agree, Kevin.
And
I agree. Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
I just want to say thanks to everyone as well. It's been a really productive day. We've had a lot of detailed information covered, and just appreciate everyone's participation, your insights. I want to also thank our internal KDE staff for the support. I know that we had some technical difficulties earlier that was beyond our control, but appreciate everything for everyone, the presenters and members. And of course, Laura and Chris always do a great job. And if you would have asked me earlier, like about, noon, 1 o'clock, I would have said we would be here till around 5. And so I really appreciate getting all that good information in time. So thank you all.
And now I get to chime in with protocol, which is we do officially vote to adjourn our meetings, and we have to keep track of that. So I'll echo everyone's thanks. Say we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. I need a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn. Pete, this is Pete.
Thanks, Pete.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Correct.
Any discussion about adjourning? All in favor, please wave your hands on the screen as a way of indicating your support. All in favor. And the motion passes. We are adjourning at 2:53 p.m. 3:53 p.m. your time. That's what my clock says. 3:53 p.m. Eastern. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.